Anne-Marie, can you put also, please, the transcript on? Thank you. It's next to the recording button.
I'll just give everyone a few minutes to come in. Welcome, everybody.
Yeah, numbers are still going up and up and up. Anyone wants a piece of chocolate?
I hope that's not your lunch.
No, this is my dessert.
Oh, good. I went to a webinar recently. So generally the Ministry of Long-Term Care webinars aren't that like jazzy and exciting. They're informative and very factual and have good information. But I went to one recently and they had like the most lively kickoff. I felt like I was at a live sporting event. It was like, and today we are joined by this person. So I feel like I should do a jazzy introduction to our Queen's Park Day. I should have prepared something. I was just thinking about that now, how sometimes when you join, you wonder, is my audio working or is it not? Is it not, because nobody's saying anything? They had a really lively kind of welcome and introduction. So unfortunately, I don't have any background music or anything prepared. You're not going to hear the Let's Get Ready to Rumble theme song, which is what I think they played. But welcome everybody to our Queen's Park Day. This is the 22nd annual Queen's Park Day for RNAO. Queen's Park Day is probably my favorite RNAO event and assembly meeting. It was the first ever kind of large RNAO group event that I attended and really has been one of my favorites throughout the years. So I'm so happy for everybody to be able to join us today. It's showing right now that we have 98 participants. So thank you to all of you who have taken time out of your busy schedules to join us, to our CEO, to our board of directors, staff members, assembly of leaders, our politicians, and everyone who's taken time out to join us. Welcome. So we're going to begin with the land acknowledgement. We recognize that our work and the work of our members takes place on traditional Indigenous territories across Ontario. We also wish to acknowledge that the office of the RNAO is located on the traditional and unceded territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit. This territory was the subject of the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, an agreement between the Iroquois Confederacy and the Ojibwe and allied nations to peaceably share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We also recognize that the participants of this meeting are located in other traditional lands across Ontario. Today, this land is still the home to many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples from across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this territory. By personally making a land acknowledgement, you are taking part in an act of reconciliation, honoring the land and Indigenous heritage, which dates back over 10,000 years. We encourage you to learn about the land you reside on and the treaties that are attached to it. Land acknowledgements are an act of reconciliation, and we must all do our part. So I would like to take this opportunity now to introduce our CEO of RNAO, Dr. Doris Grinsman, who joins us today, who will open Queen's Park Day for us.
Thank you so very, very much, Morgan, and thank you for the land acknowledgement. I'm very thrilled that we do that at every session now, and it allows us to reflect and to think how fortunate we are to live in this borrowed land. And I too come from Treaty 13. And maybe in that note, I can announce that we have a new staff member. And maybe I can make it some fun for you, Morgan, and do something different before we introduce Queen's Park Day. And it's not the person that is the new staff, nor is any staff member that can say it too, because they would know. But anyone else can say who is the new staff at RNAO that we have that is indigenous, from indigenous background. And you have 5, only 5, because it should be very easy for you guys to guess. You can put it in the screen. Oh, that's it. Gone, done. She's the winner. Who was the first person that wrote Rachel? I think was Julie.
Maria was the first one to write.
Okay, Maria, you already got the book. So we can't give you the book, but we can give you the book in Spanish if you want. That will not work. How about if we give Maria a really big gift? We are going to give Maria one of the uniforms.
Oh.
That was a winner. Yes, so Rachel, show your face so we can all applaud you. Not that we are not going to applaud the other staff, but Rachel now is working full-time at RNAO and we are thrilled. And she's working in our program with indigenous communities. And well, I am not going to speak for Rachel. Rachel, go for it. Share what you will be doing with us.
Hi, everyone. Thanks, Doris. That definitely put me, that was definitely a fun introduction.
It will be the first of many on the spot, darling.
I'm super excited to be at the RNAO working in as the project manager of Indigenous Health. So working in best practice guideline creation and implementation. So I'm really looking forward to make some positive change and for nursing and for our Indigenous communities. So miigwech.
Miigwech. Thank you very much. And of course, Rachel will be working with Grace Suba, who you heard at the last assembly, right? Because she showed the RNAO and Indigenous nurses in focus page, as you remember. You will hear tomorrow more about the in focus, just so you know. Not about that specific page, but about new pages. So stay tuned and be intrigued. You will hear from our staff and myself tomorrow on that. Queen's Park Day is an amazing journey. And I have taken on to give a bit of history on all these different journeys, both as staff meetings, as people heard me yesterday, not on this issue, but on others. So let me tell you how it started. So it was my first couple of months at RNAO. As many things happened back then, because RNAO was a quiet organization. I remember getting one of those journals from the OMA. So I opened and it said, oh, the doctors are going for an hour to Queen's Park. So I remember I thought, hey, that's an idea. I'm sure we can do better than that. Well, fast track all these years. And yes, the doctors are going to the Queen's Park, but they go still for an hour or so. We guys go for a full day, usually in person. For those of you that this is the first time, please know that not always is in Zoom. And we don't want it to be in Zoom. We want it to be in person. We get a wonderful breakfast in the morning that is super yummy. We sit with politicians on tables, at tables that they're organized with constituents. They have great discussions. We have an evening before where we plot all the time, right? And then there is usually a press conference, which we had today too. And then we go into the legislature and we have a party of every single politician wanting to acknowledge every single board and assembly of leaders members. So we spend the whole time. It's the only time in the year that these people don't fight in the legislature, because they're so busy acknowledging our colleagues that they don't have time to fight. So maybe we should go more often to the legislature. Today, we are going to have several activities that I think will really make you proud and also informed about what's happening and where we are heading in terms of the platform. Some of you, a lot of you, I think we had about close to 100 people at the press conference. So some of you already heard about the platform, but we will review it again with you. This time we will review it in a different format so that you don't get bored. But it's good for you to hear it more than once, different aspects of it. After that, we are going to have today two aspects that are important. One is a panel of colleagues that represent the various sectors, and they will speak from their experiences about environmental issues, about social determinants issues, about nursing and their careers, etc. And you will hear from them, and it will be tremendously exciting. And you will hear from an honors colleague, and I'm not introducing them in purpose yet, that will speak about indigenous health. And that's very important too, because we work together as a team, all of us together. You will also hear today from all the politicians, and I mean all. So first you will hear from leader of the opposition party, NDP, Andrea Orbath. Then you are going to hear from the leader of the Green Party, Michael Schreiner. And then you will hear from leader of the Liberal Party, Stephen Del Duca, who will come with John Fraser. And then we will have Minister Calandro, Minister of Long-Term Care. And then the Premier is joining with Christine Elliott, who is both Deputy Premier as well as Minister of Health. They will be joining together. So we have a full evening. We don't have the yummy dinner that usually comes after all of this too, because we have very good dinners. But that's to come, hopefully. Not June, but the next board meeting after June and the next assembly, hopefully it will be in person. I say hopefully because you never know where this virus is going to take us. So I don't want to make promises, but hopefully we are getting there. I think that with that, I would like to take just a second, Morgan, to ask if there are any members of the Assembly of Leaders. I don't think we have any members of the staff, because I think I would know. But I do think that perhaps on the Assembly of Leaders and perhaps on the board, and we don't know, if there are any nurses in the Assembly of Leaders or at the board that are running for elections or thinking of running for elections, I would ask that you put your hand, or you use the reaction with the hand, and I would very much like for you to introduce yourself. Angela Kennedy, go for it. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Angela Kennedy. I'm an RN. I've worked at Michael Garron Hospital for over 50 years. I'm a diabetes educator, certified. And I'm nominated in Beaches, East York for the Ontario PC Party.
We should have breakfast one of these days. I didn't know that you live around the corner from me.
Oh, is that right? I live.
Oh, we should talk. We should talk. Yes, we should talk.
And
Fantastic.
I'm a school trustee right now.
Okay, let's connect. Let's connect after. And great that you're running. You want to complete quickly what you're doing?
Yes, I'm actually chair of the Toronto Catholic District School Board at the moment for this year. I've been a trustee for 20 years.
And one time we should invite you, Angela, to speak about that too, because I think that will be a great experience for other colleagues to join as school trustees and other formal positions like that. So we will make sure to take note, and we will invite you back for sure.
Thank you.
Anyone else that is running for elections? Do we see any hand? Go for it, Marjan.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much, Doris, for this opportunity. My name is Marjan Kasirlu. I'm running for Liberal Party. I'm a candidate for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. I'm also an RN. I'm the coordinator for Humberba Hospital for dialysis program. I hope we can have a more inclusive and progressive policies in the next couple of years moving forward, and work together to make Ontario a better place. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marjan. Anyone else that is running for elections? We do know, by the way, that we have many others running. Just don't want to forget one, so I'm not going to list them, but it will be a great thing. Marjan, if we can make a list and post it on the website. Now, there is only one condition, and anybody running for elections knows, and the only condition is that they be RNAO members. We do not list RNs or NPs that are not RNAO members, or nursing students in the BSCN program that are not RNAO members. And just so you remember, for all of you that are running for elections, RNAO has a policy where we support everyone from any party running for elections, as long as they are RNAO members. And the support that we give is to disseminate their materials, right? Disseminate their materials. I will leave it at that for now. Anyone else running for elections? Going once, going twice, just in case. Nobody else? Okay, great. I do know that Natalia, because she texted me, she wanted to join, and she is asking that if she joins at 4. Oh, Natalia, you are here, it says now. I'm here, it says. Blue heart. Natalia, you want to speak, to introduce yourself in case that someone doesn't know you?
Hi, sir. I'm Natalia CEO. Natalia's just right now just finishing up for a meeting, and then she'll just join in. I apologize.
Okay, so we will continue, and
Yes.
when Natalia joins, we will see where we are in the agenda. But at
Okay,
some point,
perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that.
We will allow her to introduce herself.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you so much, and good to see you here.
You too.
Very great. Very good. So basically what we will be doing today, what we need to remember before we get into the platform is one thing. This is not an all candidate session, right? So yes, you can ask questions from all the parties, but this is not a candidate session where we are challenging one candidate with another, which we will have plenty of opportunity for that. But that doesn't mean that you cannot ask directly issues of our platform and how specific parties plan to respond for that. That is absolutely important, and that is very absolutely apropos the conversation today with all political parties. But first we will allow them to share their remarks, because they all come with remarks as always, and then we will open it and our president will moderate that conversation and have one question per person. Please make sure, because we didn't have the prep yesterday evening as usually we do, make sure to keep your questions really short, so not to make a speech out of the question, and then allow the politician to respond uninterrupted, please. And then we will move to the next person and the next person and the next person. And only if there are no other people at the mic, so to speak, then you can ask a second question, okay? That's one piece. I see that some media are here, So you may remember that we said to the media in the morning that that was your chance to ask questions, and the colleagues had the chance after you. Now in the afternoon, as we said in the morning, it's the reverse. First, it will be the assembly of leaders. Then it will be open to the media to ask questions, and by all means, we will welcome any question that you have. We would appreciate, and our president will be probably pretty strict on that, that the questions relate to what nurses are asking. So if you have a different agenda on a completely different topic that you want a politician to respond to you, this is not the forum. The forum here is to ask questions that relate to what you will be hearing now about the platform and aspects related to what the nurses, what RNAO is asking, which of course relates to all the, as you will hear soon, all the 5 pillars that RNAO speaks about: environmental determinants of health, social determinants of health, the nursing crisis, and then health system restructuring, and then of course, how do we pay for all of that? And we will give you the secret that yes, we can pay for all of that. So that's one secret you have already. So back to you, Morgan, unless there is any questions from our colleagues.
Okay, thanks, Doris. So we'll get started with the platform. So as nurses, we represent the largest group of health professionals in the province, and our nearly 50,000 members play a central role in the health of their communities across the province. We advocate for healthy public policy, which is what brings us to this event together right now today. On June 2nd, Ontarians will cast their vote in a provincial election. Today, with the release of our provincial election platform, we begin our push for a healthier Ontario. The election comes at a critical time in Ontario's future. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has exposed many inequities and failings in societies, in our institutions and our health system, and it's raised questions about how nurses and healthcare workers can provide even better care with support from the government. In addition to more than 12,000 deaths from COVID-19 itself, thousands of Ontarians lost their lives during the pandemic due to drug overdose, canceled or delayed surgeries or treatments, as well as an inability to access care when needed. Ontario must provide adequate funding, resources, and support to protect our most vulnerable populations at all times, especially during a pandemic. We are the backbone of our health system. And since the onset of COVID-19, we have been at the forefront of care across all health sectors and in all roles, and know what factors influence and shape people's health. That's why RNAO is releasing a platform for all political parties to adopt. Titled Ontario's Nursing Crisis, Your Health System, our recommendations are necessary to set Ontario on a path that addresses a crisis in the nursing profession, that protects vulnerable populations, and addresses environmental, social, and economic inequities exposed or aggravated by the pandemic. Our evidence-based recommendations cover 5 key areas: environmental determinants of health, social determinants of health, nursing, care delivery, and fiscal capacity. Environmental protection is not only a matter of health, but also of social justice and equity. Temperatures are rising faster in Ontario than the global average. Human activity is driving climate change, and uncontrolled urban sprawl is eliminating water sources and productive land. All of these factors diminish nature's capacity to sustain life and impact our health, especially vulnerable populations. To confront this, nurses urge all parties to implement a comprehensive plan to meet a 2030 greenhouse gas emissions target of 60% below 2005 levels, which includes carbon pricing, investments in transit, a green infrastructure fund to support, preserve, and manage the natural environment, and equitable distribution of transition costs and benefits. Nurses also ask candidates to commit to report on progress annually. Candidates must recognize that access to clean water is a universal right, yet many Ontarians are without it. As an example, 27 boil water advisories remain in Ontario, And that's why we're urging all parties to develop a comprehensive water policy to ensure clean, safe water for all Ontarians. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we've witnessed growing social and economic inequities. Housing and health are inextricably linked, but not everyone has access to affordable housing. Home ownership has gotten farther and farther out of reach for most Ontarians, forcing more and more into a rental market that is in itself unaffordable. You can see from the chart that people in the bottom two quartiles of income simply cannot afford their rent either. And during COVID-19, Ontarians were asked to self-isolate when sick with the virus, but many could not afford the living space needed to do so. That's why nurses urge all parties to invest 1% of Ontario's annual budget in an affordable housing plan that supports rent subsidies and supplements, the construction of 10,000 units per year, the creation of an Indigenous-led urban and rural Indigenous housing strategy, the development of 3,000 units of supportive housing, and investments to end chronic homelessness by 2026. Currently, 1 in 9 Ontarians do not have a livable income. That's why nurses are asking all parties to commit to raising the minimum wage to $17 per hour and to make sure that future minimum wage increases are indexed to inflation. Coupled with an increased minimum wage, no one should have to choose between making a living and looking after their health as well as their family. That's why we also urge all parties to provide 10 permanent sick days for all employees and an additional 14 paid sick days during a public health emergency. Equally important is childcare. The federal government is willing to negotiate an agreement for $10 per day childcare, and yet we're the only province that hasn't signed a deal. You can see the impact of the National Childcare Plan on childcare costs for parents in and around the GTA. 9 of the 10 most expensive cities for childcare are in Ontario, according to a recent Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives survey of childcare costs across 37 Canadian cities. And of course, given these prices, it's no surprise that Ontario's participation rate of women in the labor force are the lowest in Canada. It's clear parents need support. We urge all parties to commit to immediately signing an agreement with the federal government for $10 per day childcare. Before and during the pandemic, RNAO prioritized its advocacy and work with its Indigenous partners. We hope all parties strengthen Ontario's relationship with our Indigenous communities with proper supports and funding. Nurses ask all parties to work with the federal government to ensure all 94 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action are implemented, to search for unmarked graves on the site of former residential schools in Ontario, to make permanent the 50 community wellness nurses in Indigenous communities, and to increase and sustain funding and resources to all Indigenous communities to ensure their community-determined public health needs are met.
Thank you so very much, Morgan. I will continue and we will speak now about the challenges and the opportunities for nursing. There is no surprise to say that the province nursing crisis has been heightened and has been increased significantly due to COVID-19. The title of our platform speaks about the nursing shortage, and it speaks about how it impacts the health and the health system. So the impact of the nursing shortage is not only for nurses, it really, the most important aspect of it is that it affects the public every single day, and we are seeing and hearing about that, and it affects the public both in health, it affects the public also in illness in terms of the health system.
If an employee has a Dell laptop, we'll be able to set up the...
Sorry? Okay. So our solutions have to do with building careers in Ontario for all nurses. We want to speak, though, in particular about RN careers. And the reason that we want to speak about RN careers is because RNs are the ones that are leaving significantly the systems, and also because it is RNs that have experienced the greatest shortfall even going into the pandemic. Ontario has historically fallen significantly short to the rest of Canada in terms of RN per population. You have heard us say that we went into this pandemic with 22,000 shortfall of RN per capita compared to the rest of the jurisdictions in Canada. So what does it mean building RN careers? What does it mean building careers for nurses in Ontario, period? It means, as we said this morning, to move that the person that comes that starts as a PSW or comes as a nurse from another country but begins as a PSW simply because it's so complex to get the registration with the college. They may start as a PSW, but that people can build from a PSW to an RPN, from an RPN to an RN, from an RN to a nurse practitioner. So this is what it means, building careers in Ontario, so we keep our colleagues here in the province and we solve the nursing shortage. The length and intensity of the pandemic, and Bill 124, we cannot say that, as you know, didn't have a bearing. Bill 124 had a tremendous bearing in the retention of nurses during the pandemic. Simply stated, we went short into the pandemic, we went short, and then there was Bill 124 that was not removed. In addition to that, the intensity of well over 2 years now, 25 months into a very difficult, challenging, and intense pandemic, that is what intensifies so much the nursing crisis and became really a toxic recipe. Stats Canada data shows dramatic increases in RN vacancies through the pandemic. The orange line and the challenges that health organizations are facing those vacancies, illustrated by the growth of vacancies that have remained unfilled for more than 90 days. That's what you can see in the green line. Building RN careers, to continue with that, and the impact on the health system and home care. One can see the impact of the crisis in home care. For example, the chart in front of you at the top shows the challenges that an anonymous home care organization has had filling vacancies through the pandemic. Home Care Ontario reported an estimated loss of 3,000 nurses from the home care sector. You may remember, let's stay with that slide for a moment. You may remember that nurses in home care didn't have priority for PPE. Nurses in home care at times were without work because we stopped doing surgeries because of the tremendous increases in wave 1 and 2. So in many senses, nurses in home care and home care as a sector was depleted from nurses during the pandemic. It became even more so when then public health was looking for nurses, and many of the nurses in home care then exited to public health because they were better remunerated, they had full-time work, they had PPE there, and so home care again suffered the consequences. Let's not move from that slide yet, because I think it's very important to address the issue of home care as we move to recovery. A lot has been said about the catastrophic surgeries that we will have, the list of surgeries. Well, surgeries, just a reminder before we move to the next slide from home care, not only require what we will be speaking about ICU nurses and about hospital nurses and RNs in particular in ICU and step-down units, but when you have a surgery and you go back home, you need home care services. And if you don't have those home care services, two things can happen. Either you're not discharged or it becomes a revolving door. So reinvesting and investing funding in home care is critical. Reinvesting in home care for anyone that doesn't understand that, whether it is in the media or whether it's in the public, is basically keeping the surgery list long and long and long. You need to repair the issue with surgical backlogs. Is two aspects: is the entry into the surgery and the staffing for that, and is the going out of the surgery and going back home and having the proper care. Hence why we're asking, by the way, that the first home visit always be an RN, always. So the impact has been very, very clear that home care providers are not able to fulfill 4 out of 10 requests at this point for Ontarios needing nursing visits, resulting in lengthy wait times and patients seeking care in hospital emergency rooms, and it will delay the surgical wait times more than if we had a strong home care sector. Critical. Building RN careers. Let's move now to nurses' well-being and what has happened during the pandemic. The negative impacts of understaffing on nurse health and well-being has been well documented over the years. A seminal StatScan report in 2005 already identified role overload and the impact that this has on nurses. In 2020, the Canadian Federation of Nurses, CFNU, published the survey findings also. It showed that almost 30% of nurses had clinical symptoms of burnout, and nearly all nurses had symptoms of burnout. This was pre-pandemic. Let's talk during the pandemic. As you know, in the next slide, RNAO work and well-being report that we did in at the beginning of the pandemic. You may remember a colleague, we were experiencing significant challenges, and we decided, let's check the pulse. Well, that report dating back last February, March, identifies, so beginning of 2021, the data was 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, identify extremely high levels of stress in the RN workforce. And again, our survey, done collaboratively later on with University of South Australia last summer, showed over 2/3 of survey responders experienced burnout. In May, May 12th, you will see a report that we will release on the overall analysis that we are doing on nurses' health and well-being, including burnout, stress, and other challenges. And you will see that we have very clear recommendations in addition to staffing, in addition to workloads. We have recommendations of programs, some of which RNAO will be delivering. Building RN careers, the Bill 124, on the mix of it, I don't want to dwell more on that. You heard about that. We have spoken with the Premier why it's important that be removed as soon as possible. Maybe today is the day, and why we need to top up compensation until there is a new collective agreement with the various unions so that we retain our colleagues. Retention is the key to recruitment. Without retention, we can bring more colleagues, and there are many that want to become nurses, so there are solutions, but we don't retain them unless we have, the sticking factor around the fact that nurses that are in the system want to stay in the system. So going to the next slide, in addition to working under wage and working stressed and all the aspects that you heard us this morning related to Bill 124, I want to move about the consequences of intention to leave. So I will go back to the work and well-being survey that provided evidence. And this is, again, an area that we have expressed a concern to all the associations, being that OHA or being that the two long-term care associations, Advantage Ontario, LTC, and many others, and we have been extensively in the media on that. There is an unfolding HR crisis that if we don't stop the exodus, people will continue to leave, and there will be a point of no return. I want to make you aware that yesterday, the Ontario Hospital Association put a call for 10,000 additional RNs in the next 4 years for the hospital sector. RNAO is asking more than that. We believe that we need at least 22,000 for all the sectors, though, not just a hospital. They're asking for the hospital 10,000. They're asking also 3,000 and change for RPNs. We are going to convince them also to ask for nurse practitioners, and I'm sure they will. But it tells you that everybody is concerned about the RN shortage. So, the good news is not only RNAOs or nursing problem anymore. The bad news is that unless we act very swiftly, it may come a point of no return. And we believe that there are solutions. So we want to work with every and all parties, including the current government in the few months ahead that are left, to remedy the situation. And should they return or someone else return, we will work with whoever is next, as always we have done year after year and decade after decade. Responses to the survey indicated the potential losses. And what is very dramatic here is that the potential losses that colleagues express, and that they're sometimes now walking with their feet, is that they far exceed the normal of, background loss rate. Always there is some losses in normal times, even without pandemic, but this far exceeds the normal losses. So in a sense, that's why it will become a down spiral with no return point unless we act very, very swiftly. Our follow-up survey in collaboration with South Australia again revealed similar responses to the situation. We also need to understand in this context, before we go to the next slide, that we are not the only jurisdiction experiencing these challenges. The US is experiencing these challenges. The difference is that the US, as you know, and other jurisdictions in Canada, doesn't have a Bill 124. And in the US, they provide, there is no way we can compete with the US on what they provide. So that is why we absolutely must make every effort to build careers for nurses in Ontario, in particular for RNs, so we don't see what we are seeing now, which that people sometimes come off work and there are recruiters waiting with their business cards from the US trying to lure our colleagues there. This is a fantastic country to live. We want to keep people here, so let's keep working at it. So I share with you that in the midst of all of this, one of the key solutions, in addition to retention, is to bring about 26, we usually talk about 20, but it's about 26,000 internationally educated nurses who are living in Ontario. Some of them have been living in Ontario for over 4 years. We need to bring them into the fold because they absolutely want to work in Ontario. We are very dedicated to them. We are helping them find employment as soon as they can work. We have some that have 5 offers. I just spoke with one this afternoon, and we will continue to help our internationally educated colleagues to find a meaningful employment here in Ontario. We met, our team and myself met from policy and myself met with the Office of the Fairness Commissioner. We spoke about the report with the 26,000 internationally educated nurses. We have asked a meeting with the College of Nurses of Ontario. We have not been fortunate at this point to secure a meeting. We will be meeting also with the Office of the Human Rights Commissioner, and we will continue to advocate for our internationally educated nurses. I do not need to tell you that some of our colleagues here today, whether it is our past president, Angela Cooper-Brathwaite, or our president-elect, Claudette Holloway, or myself, we actually are all IENs. So, IENs are same as our graduate nurses from schools in Ontario, a tremendously valued resource. They're eager. They chose Canada as their home. They're living here. They're eager to work in the workforce, and we will continue to help them. Building careers, RN careers in Ontario also means additional aspects of recruitment and retention. But let me summarize for you. First, it comes retention. Without retention of our colleagues in the system, no recruitment will succeed, because they will come and then they will go to what's next. If the environment is not good, if the work environment is not good, if the compensation is not fair across all sectors and for all nurses, it will be very difficult. So let's not miss the goodwill and the opportunity and the enthusiasm that colleagues have that wish to become nurses. Let's actually start by removing Bill 124, increase then the compensation until there is a collective agreement, make sure that those collective agreements are fair and are fair across all sectors. So a nurse doesn't need to choose a hospital because home care pays less, right? So that their heart and their wallet follow together, and all nurses are respected. Then we need to, as we said, increase the supply of RNs, and the aspects there and enrollment in the 4 years baccalaureate program. And in that, I do want to acknowledge that the government did hear us. They did increase the enrollment for baccalaureate. We asked for 10%. In fact, they increased it by 15%. We want to ensure that in the next term, whoever is in government, 4 years, and actually likely in the next term for the next 8 years, we will need that increase if we want to catch up with the 22,000 shortage of RNs that we have in Ontario. And if we want timely access in primary care, in home care, in hospital care, if we want the one-to-one RN that always we used to have in ICUs and the 2 in step-down units, we need the supply of nurses, simply because we need that so we provide safe and quality care to patients. Also that we maintain people in safety and in health, whether it is on opioids crisis or whether it is in an ICU, in all the sectors. And also so that we stop this burnout that we were talking about. You cannot stop the burnout if we continue to have, an RN in an ICU taking care of 3 patients instead of 1, and with extenders that sometimes make their lives complicated, right? As we have heard from them. We also want to compress the bridging programs. That's very important. So whether it's from PSW to RPN, from PSW to RN, from RPN to RN, RN to NP, to recognize the prior learning assessment, compress those programs, and alongside with that, to make programs that are flexible. First of all, we don't have enough programs. We need more bridging programs because we have had nurses. I have heard directly, and my colleagues too, and Marjan is very involved on this, Matt is very involved, all my colleagues in policy, Christina is involved. We have heard colleagues that they go to the bridging program 2 weeks after they deliver a baby, a week after they deliver a baby, not to lose a spot. That is not the way we need to have it. We need more programs. We need them more flexible. We need them more compressed so people don't need to spend so much time and the money, and that the prior clinical work and learning is recognized. And we need to, as I said before, expedite the application of internationally educated nurses. This is all to say that there are solutions. This is all to say, as we said in the morning, this is not the time to say we give up. We need to find another new little role for the helper of the PSW as they created in the middle of the pandemic, or the helper of the helper of the helper. No, patients that need an RN care because they are complex with unstable and unpredictable outcomes need an RN, period. Whether it is with an opioid crisis, or whether it is in a long-term care facility, or whether it is in an ICU. And patients that are stable need an RPN. And yes, PSWs are critically important. They're at the base of, as we know, long-term care, but it cannot be based only on lesser expertise and competencies, because it compromises patient care and it becomes a burden to our colleagues. Building RN careers in Ontario also, it means developing and funding the Return to Nursing Now program to attract RNs back into the workforce. Expanding the nursing graduate guarantee. And what we want in the expanding the nursing graduate guarantee, you know, that's the one where you match a new graduate to an organization and they get 4 months, 3 or 4 months of that they're supernumerary and they have mentorship. We want that program to expand to also include the INs. The INs need to acclimatize themselves to this country. They have the clinical expertise. They need to acclimatize themselves. And we want the late career nurses that we used to have to come back. And if you remember, that was 80% clinical work and 20% mentorship. We want back that 20% mentorship. Number one, it will help our late career nurses to have a relief and to do back to the profession the expertise that they have by mentoring in the NGG. And we also want to bring retired nurses. You know, you have 3 years after retirement that you can do clinical practice. We want those retired nurses, Yuna, get ready for that, darling. That's for Yuna Ferguson, to come back and serve as mentors. So not to be, you know, directly all the time in clinical practice, but to serve as mentors to the new graduates and to the INs. Wouldn't that be marvelous? And that will serve also to decrease the workload, by the way, of our colleagues that are in the front lines. Establishing a nursing task force, we absolutely want that, both to monitor and to look forward to what's happening with these recommendations. You may remember Elizabeth Whitmer did launch at one of these, at one of our AGM, so maybe that's one to launch at the AGM. She did launch a task force, and in that task force that was called Good Nursing, Good Health, we created a committee. I had the privilege at one point of chairing for 2 years that committee, where we monitor all the recommendations like these ones. We monitor that they were making the progress, that they were making, that they were impacting the outcomes that we wanted, and other recommendations came also into the task force related to aspects that other organizations, nursing organizations, thought that they were important. So yes, we have a crisis. Yes, we have an exodus of RNs in particular, but let's not forget, we have many, many, many colleagues that want to become RNs. We also have many that are enrolled in the baccalaureate program. We have 26,000 internationally educated nurses that want to practice as an RN. What we need now is the will to process all of them fast, to do compressed programs, to do bridging programs. There are many RPNs, actually. Rachel that spoke earlier is an example. She was an RPN, she became an RN. We need many of those programs flexible, and we need the late career nurses and the retired nurses to be able to work as employed, not voluntary, not for, you know, as mentors to our colleagues. Let's talk about nurse practitioners. Nurse practitioners have been working for decades. We know that their care results in, number one, improved access for the public. We know that, they have shown that, they have demonstrated that. There is no need to demonstrate anymore. We also know that nurse practitioners deliver outstanding clinical outcomes and experiential outcomes. It is time then to move to what, at least closer to what the US has. And moving to 50% increase of nurse practitioners by 2030, and let's remember that's only 8 years from now, 50% more than what we have now, doesn't bring us to where is the US. So we want to have an efficient and effective system. We want faster access. We want outstanding outcomes. Let's make sure we invest in nurse practitioners and that we develop a comprehensive health human resources for them and also for our colleagues, clinical nurse specialists that have huge to contribute. Yes, CNSs do not prescribe and do not diagnose, but they actually improve the care of people in a magnificent way. And the research has been for at least four decades already. Access to nursing also means what needs to happen in terms of an aging population. The time to think about an aging population as one sector is over. You know, this pandemic showed it. So we need to build an Ontario perspective on an aging population that encompasses complex care, encompasses complex conditions. Janet Hunt was talking in the morning about that. But people that also want to stay at home. Not everybody wants to be in an institution. So let's start by investing again in home care, investing on human resources for home care, investing so people can remain as members of their community. And then when there is a need and a decision, hopefully by the person rather than the system that cannot support the person, then we need long-term care homes that are fully prepared to provide the safe and quality care that people need. I always marvel about the fact that our president, Morgan, offered that in the midst of this pandemic, when things were really tough in long-term care, that's when she chose to move to long-term care. That's an example of the leadership we need. That on a Saturday, more than once, on a Sunday, more than once, when we try to connect, she says, can I call you later on because I'm finishing a 30-hour shift. And I am not going to say more about Morgan, but take it as an example of what leadership in long-term care is. And there are many like Morgan. And I need to say this, the middle managers, and I say this with resentment because it's not okay. The middle managers in nursing homes received no additional pay. You remember the 4 hours for our frontline colleagues, the managers in nursing homes didn't, and the directors of care didn't. And we are asking that needs to happen, and that's in the next budget. We asked that in the budget that just went in. And so we need the nursing home basic care guarantee in the nursing homes. You know that the commissioner accepted completely our recommendation for it. 4 worked hours, minimum of 4 worked hours of care for our residents in long-term care, for every resident, not average, for every resident in every home, composed of 20% RN, 25% RPN, and no more than 55% PSWs, 1 nurse practitioner, and 1 IPAC person for every 120 residents in nursing homes. That's what will start delivering better care in nursing homes, alongside with embedding the evidence-based guidelines of RNAO that are well-renowned in all the electronic medical records of nursing homes. So when a person comes to work, first of all, there is better staffing that will provide more capacity to be with residents, experiential capacity also, and relational capacity. And when they have the guidelines, if they didn't have the chance to be up to date because the resources are so little in nursing homes for capacity building, they have the guidelines that can guide them alongside with their clinical and experiential judgment. And we can transform nursing homes in this province in a matter of 6 months, because we have seen it already with the 130 BPSOs that we have. I want to speak for a minute about public health. We have been on record and will continue to be on record that we need the 625 public health nurse positions, and those, as you know, by the Public Health Act standards are the PHN are baccalaureate prepared RNs. We want those positions permanent. They did expand it for 2 more years. We actually want that with whoever comes into government to be permanent positions. It's peanuts for the government in terms of funding, but it's gold for the schools and it's gold for the children and adolescents in schools, all of whom or many of whom are experiencing, the challenges that we all did with the pandemic and more. Expanding the scope of practice of RNs and NPs, you have heard us on record, and yet again, maybe today we have good news. We have asked the minister, and she committed last time that she was with us, that she will look at taking the handcuffs of our nurse practitioner colleagues. That will be a fantastic start if today that announcement comes to be. And of course, we have been talking about RN prescribing, and we will continue to speak about that because it's an issue of access. Briefly to talk about the last bucket or close to the last, care delivery. So that's our 4th policy bucket. And what we want here is to learn from the challenges of the pandemic. First of all, more than 42,000 residents in LTC, we lost them to this virus. A disgrace of mega proportions around the world, I must say, around the world, but in Ontario, in Canada overall, and in Ontario even more so, Ontario and Quebec. So let's at least have a silver lining of it. And the silver lining is really what I just spoke before in terms of the nursing home basic care guarantee, the one nurse practitioner, which by the way, Minister Calandra did announce, actually, no, that was Rod Phillips. When he came last to meet with us, they did announce 75 additional NP positions. That needs to continue, the 4 worked hours of care and the more RNs, more RPNs, and more IPAC in nursing homes, and the embedding the guidelines in EMRs, which is critical for good care. And then we are talking about ICUs. I briefly mentioned to you, what we are asking here is that we move back again to 1 RN for 1 patient ratio in ICUs. That always has been the case. You cannot be with 10 pumps, for any of us that have been with 10 pumps, and have, 2 patients, 3 patients, even if you get 5 nurse extenders. It's just impossible. It's like reading 2 difficult books and trying to process them at the same time. And the same in step-down units. Our transition units, we're saying 2 patients, not the number of patients that they have now. That will start to improve the workload. That will retain nurses again. That will improve outcomes. That will improve care. We will now move to the next slide because I think I did tons on the issue of seniors care already. So we will move to the one on again seniors care I have on the next one. So let me go through it so you can have a bit of what we prepare here for you. So I want to move now to the integrated care that we need to provide. First of all, you may remember when we released in 2020 the ECO 3.0, we said that long-term care needed to be part of integrated health systems, right? What we are saying here to you with long-term care is that the research, this is not any ideology, shows that not-for-profit nursing homes deliver better outcomes and they deliver them at a lower cost. This is nothing that we didn't know before. Are we saying at RNAO that we will do away with all the for-profit homes? No, we are not saying that at RNAO, so you need to understand that. But we are saying that new homes, the not-for-profit sector should get preferential treatment, so to speak, first right of refusal, that they should be given the opportunity. The not-for-profit sector has grown significantly, including now post-pandemic, as you know, even of some of the very terrible homes, really, like Orchard Villa, if you remember, they got additional homes. That ought not to happen in our books of RNAO. So we are asking that we give preferential opportunity to not-for-profit homes. We are also speaking about electronic medical record. You heard us, so that's the BPGs. I already mentioned that. We can go to the next slide, please. We are asking that both, this is just to show you, we are asking that both home care, the expansion of home care and the expansion of long-term care be all within the universal basket of health services. The next one, please. And we are asking that the regulatory oversight of retirement homes be moved to the Ministry of Long-Term Care, given the complex healthcare needs of retirement home residents. You all have heard that some of the care that is being provided in retirement homes really is not very different than the care provided in the nursing homes, right? So that the distinction is getting more and more blurred, but yet they don't have the staffing. So we want at the very least that the regulatory oversight of retirement homes be moved into long-term care. Next slide, please. Public health, we are asking that we maintain, if anything, maintain, if not even improve, the public health funding. I mean, if the pandemic didn't serve as a wake-up call that we need a strong and robust public health sector, then honestly, I don't know what it will do. So not only we are asking, as you've seen here, that we maintain, that we don't, that drop was pre-pandemic or at the beginning of this government mandate. We are asking that we absolutely, the surge of funding that was provided during the pandemic, we are asking to maintain it. We need it. We are not out of the woods, even with the pandemic. And we cannot just do pandemic work. We need to remember the same as we cannot just do, caring for people with COVID in ICUs, that we need to get on with the surgeries and procedures that people have been waiting for years. The same parallel is in public health. Public health mandate is not only to deal with COVID, and in a bit, it's a bit what it's becoming. So we need that surge funding so public health can do their regular day work, can foresee what else is coming, can be ahead of the curve with the pandemic, and this, I will say it again, the 625 public health nurses, we want them to remain in our schools. Next slide, please. Hospitals, I already mentioned to you, I was ahead of myself. That's why I'm moving now only to look at the slides. Hospitals, we're asking 1-to-1 for ratio in ICUs because we do not believe that is safe care otherwise, and that we are asking also the 1-to-2 for transfer units or step down units, and not what we have now. Next one, please. This I didn't mention, the same as we are asking that the surge fund that was provided to public health be maintained. We are asking the surge funding and staffing for safely clear pandemic-induced surgical diagnostic backlogs, that needs to continue. You know, there is now a surge capacity funding that needs to continue, but let's not forget that we need the nurses to come with that funding. So it's not just adding beds, it's really adding staffing. And usually for surgical is, again, the story of more RNs, hence why OHA is asking for more RNs now. And we have them. Let me remind you, because we will not let go of the fact that we have them. We have them in nursing schools now. They're graduating as we speak. We have internationally educated nurses that are eager to work. Many of them are RNs of those 26,000. So let's create the system to fast track, and then let's create the system for retention of the RNs we have and recruitment of the new ones with the right supports in place. I said Yuna, I now see Paula there. There are many nurses that decided at one point to retire, that we need back into the workforce to mentor the younger generation. I shouldn't say younger because not all INs are younger, but they seem to be all younger because the many I have met are. But we need to mentor the new grads, the new INs, the new people that come from other jurisdictions, etc. Next one, please. Wait times for children is a significant concern for us in terms of mental health services. We should not wait more than 30 days for hospitalization when hospitalization is needed, but we also need the services in primary care, right? We also need the services in school with the support of the PHNs. And let's remember, schools had bullying before the pandemic. Schools had issues with substance use before the pandemic. Schools that had many other issues. You know, they are not going to just disappear, those issues. And on top of that, 2 years of pandemic has not been easy on any of us, let alone on children and adolescent kids. So let's have the supports that they need. Next one, please. The opioid crisis is a crisis that has cost more lives than ever before, and you will hear our colleagues in the panel speak about that during this pandemic. It went silent because when people use substance alone, they use substance alone. When people go for overdose alone, it's overdose alone. You know, they cannot organize the same way that patients can organize in other sectors. They cannot speak in the same way that families can speak. Some families feel the tragedy leaves them empty in their heart. Some are estranged families because of what happened. Some are just so heartbroken that cannot, and they don't have the same capacity to organize, but nurses do have the capacity. We do have the capacity. So we are speaking out on the issue to fund overdose prevention and supervised consumption sites in every community that is needed. The time has come. We don't want, already we are at skyrocketing losses of people to substance use and to toxic drugs, quite frankly. We don't want to be like some areas in BC where this has become such a terrible, terrible tragedy that everybody must see. We don't, and we shouldn't. So we want also an amendment to the Ontario Drug Formulary to support safer supply programs. And we want to decriminalize simple drug possession. And we have been on record on that for a few months. And we did join also the Toronto Public Health Unit on this request, and will continue to push for that. Next one, please. Health system integration. Here you go. That's our ECHO model on your left, the green. And the ECHO model, you remember the first draft of the ECHO model, I remember writing it on the back of a napkin when I was meeting with Minister George Smitherman at the time. And he said, why don't you write it on the napkin? And so it went. The first release of the report, actually, though, came in 2012. Not much happened then. Then came, and I presented it to Minister Deb Matthews at the time. The second report came in 2014, and Minister Eric Hoskins actually mentioned that report in the Patients First report that he put. And then came Christine Elliott, and honestly, for the first time, I thought, okay, someone is listening here, because the Ontario health teams very much at the time mimic ECHO. What happened during the pandemic is a retrieve to the old ways. You know, sometimes when you get into a crisis mode, you go to your old habits because it's just what you know, right? Or to the sector that you know most. So many of you will realize that for a while, first and second wave for sure, hospitals were doing, you know, whether it was IPAC for hospitals or whether it was, you know, everything was around the hospitals. We now need our hospitals to do actually the backlogs of surgeries. So now we need community care to be reclaimed as the sector where care is anchored. We need public health, primary care, home care to become way more robust so we are not caught again by surprise with the next crisis. And also so we can integrate home care in a long-term care in a really more of a home type environment versus only institutional care. So we have been speaking, I actually met with both the minister and the premier on this, and actually also Morgan at the time and Angela Cooper-Brathwaite came to meet with me and the premier and the minister. And we did say we need to move back to more anchoring in primary care. Well, I keep hearing that will happen, but we will continue to push for it to happen simply because you cannot have a robust health system without strong community care, and where you have 24/7 per week expanded interprofessional care delivery models, and the capacity for people, instead of going to an emergency room, be seen by one of those teams. We want, and you have heard us before, that in care coordinators, 4,500 of them, to move to primary care or to move within the Ontario health teams, either one of those, so that they can look at the transitions of care. And we want also nurse practitioners and CNSs to be part of that journey, because they can detect trends, they can detect aspects that will do with overall quality. We want to create we want someone to create a personal health record that we can all own. You know, I said in the morning, those of us that are lucky to have a credit card, which, you know, every Ontarian, whether they have a credit card or not, because not everybody can have one, should have the right to have their own health record card. They should be able to go from one provider to another without needing to repeat the same story over and over and over. So we are asking for that too. And then we want, next slide, please. So how do we go about that? Just 1 second, please. I had an unexpected visitor and I didn't want him to leave. So here you go. How do we pay for all of this? Well, we pay for all of this through taxation. We do not believe on private healthcare. And I do want to say to everybody that we better keep our eyes in the ball on that, because yesterday in the news about Alberta, Premier Jason Kenney was tossing the idea, or not so much tossing anymore, about private hospitals. We absolutely need to keep our eyes on the ball. We know that universal access delivers. We know that it delivers better at a lower cost. We are not opposing entities like the Kensington Eye Clinic that is not for profit and specializes on it. We have actually the orthopedic hospital that was grandfather or grandmother or something during Medicare, Schuldis Hospital that provides excellent care too, but we are not going to support for-profit delivery or pay out of pocket. Those are out of the equation for RNAO, regardless of who is the government and what are the challenges that they find in the years to come, because there will be challenges. So the way for us is simply improve progressive taxation. That's the way. Improve progressive taxation. So healthcare and social and environmental services are delivered. And our revenues in Ontario, if you look at Ontario's, your blue line is one of the lowest. We collect one of the lowest revenues in this country. And if you look at the expenses in relative to GDP, and you can look again at the kind of teal blue, the second line, again, we spent one of the lowest per capita per GDP in the context of the gross domestic product in this country. So don't tell us we are spending too much money in healthcare. It depends on what's your denominator. You know, if we keep cutting and cutting and cutting taxation, yes, of course, healthcare will pop up. But the reality is we pay less than any other jurisdiction or amongst the least, and the same with taxation, and that needs to change so we can continue to provide universal access to health services to every single Ontarian in all sectors and services. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Did we freeze? So that is our platform. I think, Morgan, I don't know how we are doing with time. We can open for 5 minutes of questions. I don't know if Natalia already joined. If she did, I would like to give her a couple of minutes to introduce herself. Not a speech, Natalia. I don't know if Natalia is here even. But Natalia, not a full speech, just 1 or 2 minutes like other colleagues did. Is Natalia around?
I don't see her in the participant list.
Okay, so that means she couldn't get to us. She was in another event. By all means, if there are questions, Morgan, please.
I'm actually going to turn it over to Claudette, I believe, to moderate the question and answer session here.
Oh, thank you, Morgan. Unexpectedly, but I do see that a member from Peel Region, Paula Emanuel, has had her hand up for some time. Paula.
Thank you, Claudette, or Dr. Holloway, as I love to call you. Doris, who's also a doctor, thank you very much for that great presentation. When I was sitting there, the phrase that ran through my mind was that nursing is an investment, not an expense. And we have for about 20 years or a generation looked at nursing as a cost to be cut. And here we have the lean principle, which has not held us in great stead for the pandemic because we had no surge capacity. And so here we are in this cusp of change that we so need to have the leaders talking forth about the investment needed to have nursing in every phase of a resident's life. And it needs to be, as someone said, cradle to the deathbed. The chat room has been alive this entire afternoon. I think there's been some great points been made. And I think it's just terrific that way. So Doris, my question for you is, you are a terrific solo singer and you've got all of the chorus of us behind you. But I would really like to hear more from specific nursing leaders through the province, like the chief nursing officers. And I'd also like to get your thoughts on the number of nurses that are no longer in management line positions. You have speech pathologists or respiratory therapists, and I'm sorry, they're not nurses. So they're not in a position to understand the nursing work. I'm sorry, as much as they can. So I'd like to get your thoughts on that. And thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
And I'm also still looking for work, by the way. I'm not retired.
Thank you for the question, Paula, and for the comments. Let me answer the latter one, the first comment, because it's the simpler one, that nursing is an investment, not an expense. Perhaps and I would say RNs are a huge investment and not an expense, and perhaps the best ammunition for that, just because it came yesterday and it came not from RNAO, is that the OHA is now, for the first time, I think in decades, asking for 10,000 RNs and 3,500 RPNs. As you know, we have taken issue in past years with the replacement of RNs. That's no secret. It took this crisis to realize, and it took the long surgical wait times, and nurses, RNs, because it's RNs leaving the system, for that tide to turn around. So I say it with sadness, but I say it with hope, because when the hospital, that comes from the board of OHA, and the board of OHA is the presidents and CEO of hospitals. So if they are seeing, the necessity to ask for 10,000 RNs, it tells you that someone woke up to what's happening. So that's good. It's sad that we needed to come to this, because we rang the alarm bell, as you know, for years and years and years. In fact, since Mike Harris, and then it was a period of better, and then it was again a stopgap, and the history is very clear. Now, in relationship to our colleagues, chief nurses, I think, and I cannot speak for them, but I speak with them a lot and with many, that there is a mix, it's a complex reality. I think that to be a nurse, a chief nurse these days in an organization, it's not only about having the knowledge to speak about health human resources that they have. It's not only about having the data or being able to call us and we will give the data they have. It's not even only, and I used to say it was, about the courage, but it is in many ways. You saw Vanessa Burkowski, and I don't need to tell you. I can tell you about many others in my journey in nursing. It requires a huge dose of courage and willingness to say, I am gone. And actually, I know of several, that not only Vanessa. Now Vanessa landed after that, very shortly after, a fantastic job, so it proved to our colleagues that you can be courageous and use your knowledge and data and expertise to make the case, and that life will continue, And I have seen other colleagues that during the pandemic, the same happened and they left. Some left by choice because they said, basically, I'm not willing to compromise patient safety because they want me to, just bring more and more bodies. And I don't mean that PSWs and RPNs and anyone else, because they were bringing, as you know, a new category of helper to the PSW. I don't mean just more bodies as something not good. Everybody's good. But when you see that the patient needs an RN, to simply bring more and more people to help, sometimes it stops being help. Sometimes it becomes actually more of a stressor for the staff nurses than a help, because they need to be managing everybody else and they cannot have no control over the quality of care. So it's a challenge, and some left in the middle of the pandemic. I'm not going to name them out of respect to them, but some left. So it's a complex reality. You actually need to have the evidence, and I have no doubt they have it, or secure the evidence. I have no doubt they can secure the evidence, have the capacity to articulate. I have no doubt they have the capacity. The issue is the mix then of courage and willingness to risk your job. And I mean it. It's very easy in a sense for me, Paula, and that's why after Morgan, and I'm going in the order that they spoke, after Morgan and Angela and Claudette spoke this morning in the closing remarks, and I said, I need to say something, I will say it again, is relatively, I don't want to diminish the importance of what I do, but it's relatively easy if you have the right person to do the right thing at RNAO, because we have a board and we have members that want to do the right thing, that want to go out and ask what we are asking. Now, that's part of retention, I tell you. But, you could have, and you can see it in other organizations. Just look around organizations, right? Organizations that are more quiet, and start to think why. It's not always that the CEO doesn't want to speak or that cannot speak. It's that their board may say, sorry, we are not going to rattle the boat, right? For a variety of reasons, we are not going to get into it now. But just picture then if you're not that CEO of the hospital, right? If you're the chief nurse, that is the same as the manager is sandwiched between the staff and the chief nurse, right? Or the director. The chief nurse is sandwiched between all of that and the president and CEO. So what happened yesterday with OHA to me is extremely, extremely important and extremely, extremely significant. And I will send tonight a note to Anthony Dale to convey to his board that we are extremely pleased with the decision they took. And I'm sure that our colleagues, the chief nurses, are too, Paula.
So what you're saying is political skills are required.
It's not only political skills.
It's a balancing. It's a balance.
Life is more complex than that, Paula.
Well, it's a small p. It's still needed to. You have to know the
all of that, Paula. But they need at one point, depending on who is that CEO, you may need to be willing to risk your job. That's simple. I cannot say it more simple than that, right? That's simple. And I don't want to talk about people that are here today that I know have been willing to say, no, I'm not bringing this and that because it's not the best for patient care. You need to be willing that your boss will say, well, you will, or else, right? And so I know of some that said, or else I am gone, right? So it's more than skills and knowledge and expertise, and not, I'm just being compassionate. I'm not excusing our colleagues. I'm being compassionate that not everybody can risk their job. That's simple. And not everybody wants to risk the job. So it's complex. It's complex. It's not only a matter of skills but you raise an issue. Maybe it would be a good column for me to write and invite more dialogue. And maybe it is how we work with our colleagues and their bosses. I don't know, Paula, but I know it's complex.
Thank you, Doris. It's 4:30 now, so it's time for the next agenda item on our. If we want to make it through our very full day, we have to stay on track. So thank you very much. As nurses, we care about our patients, and that remains even during a global health crisis. We care about the health of Ontarians, and we care about improving health for everybody. We do urge our politicians to adopt our policy recommendations. And with that in mind, we move to the next section of our agenda, where we will hear the response of party leaders, ministers, and critics to the platform that we just outlined for you. We also hope to hear from the representative of the four political parties what their own priorities are for the upcoming election. You can see from the slide who will be speaking this afternoon. So in order, we'll hear from Andrea Horvath, the leader of the Ontario NDP, the official opposition, who I see has already joined us, Mike Schreiner, the MPP and leader of the Green Party of Ontario, Stephen Del Duca, leader of the Liberal Party of Ontario, and Liberal MPP John Fraser, and the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, the Honourable Christine Elliott, the Minister of Health, followed by Honourable Paul Calandra, the recently appointed Minister of Long-Term Care. We've allotted about 15 minutes to each party to speak and a further 10 minutes for you to ask them questions. So we'll get started with Andrea Horvath. Andrea is the leader of the official opposition New Democrats. She's a leader who believes in proposing positive solutions, especially when it comes to ending hallway medicine and giving seniors better care. She's an Ontarian, a mom, a Hamiltonian, and she's running for Premier in 2022. Thanks, Andrea.
Thanks so much. I'm really thrilled to be here. I want to say, first of all, that it's always great to be engaged with the RNAO at your lobby day, but be in between lobby days as well. Before I get into my formal remarks, though, I just want to take a moment to say that for all folks who are either members of RNAO or staff of RNAO, anyway connected to RNAO that are Ukrainian or have family or friends who are Ukrainian, our hearts are with you, our thoughts are with you, and I'm just so devastated, as we all are, by what's happening in the world today. And I just thought I couldn't really start any formal remarks without acknowledging what Putin is doing in the warmongering that he has started, and the devastation that has already been brought upon the Ukrainian people. So I'm going to leave that aside and just know that it's in my heart, and I think it's in all of our hearts. I want to thank you all again for the invitation to allow me to be here to not only say a few formal words, but also to have the best part of the conversation, which is the Q&A, where we get to actually have a bit of a dialogue. I don't know if it's an advantage or disadvantage that I logged into the conversation when you were talking about politics. I didn't hear all of it, but I heard a little bit of the conversation, and I don't know where that puts me in terms of the where people's minds are at when it comes to politics. But I want to say thanks to all of you. I know you've been thanked a lot over the last couple of years, but we all know that the talk is easy, but the acknowledgement in other ways as to what you've sacrificed, what you've done, what you've been prepared to step up to do during these last 2 years with COVID-19 is much more important. There's a lot of work that we need to do and have needed for a long time to do to support our nurses in Ontario, and certainly I think it's been made even that much more clear for those who were ignoring that reality during this pandemic. As you all know, and as I know, that the stakes were the highest during COVID, but you did step up. You stepped up. You stepped up with superhuman strength. You did amazing work on the front lines, and all the while you were facing some of the ongoing systemic issues that have existed in nursing for a long time. But you continued to show up. And you continued to give your all. And for that, we're all grateful. We all know that the government investment for nurses in nursing has been inadequate. It was inadequate long before COVID. It continued to be inadequate during COVID. And now we're hitting another crisis as COVID, we hope, winds down, a crisis of exploding surgical and procedural backlogs, the nursing shortage, which we knew was upon us prior. We knew we had the lowest ratio of nurses to patients in Ontario, or to the population in Ontario. It's gotten worse, of course, as people have become ill, as people have lost lives to COVID, as people have walked away from the profession because of the gruel, the brutal schedules that you're all facing. We know that nurses have walked away, and the shortage is getting worse as we speak. But it was longstanding. We know that 22,000 nurses are needed right now, but we know that massive need existed before COVID-19. And as I said, we know that it's the lowest patient to nurse ratio in Canada, and has been, not just recently, not just in the last 2 years, but for the last 30 years. And that's just not acceptable. And then when you look at all of the pressure and the frustration and the pain that COVID has brought, the mental health, the anxiety, the worry about where you're being asked to put your skills, even though you might not be familiar with those areas of work. We know all of those things have happened, and then on top of it all, we've seen the other pressures that were also growing before COVID get much worse. I think about things like the tragedy of the poison drug supply and the opioid crisis. Deaths in that tragic scenario have increased by some 60% over 2019 during COVID. I know that you're exhausted. I know that you're worried, you're concerned over your own well-being, over the care that you want to and want to be able to provide to patients, but also you're worried for your exhausted colleagues and for the mental health of yourselves and your exhausted colleagues. There's just no doubt that that things are in a desperate state right now. And at the same time, you're mourning the loss of friends, mourning the loss of colleagues, mourning the loss of loved ones, and dealing with the horrifying situations that many of you have had to face as you lost patients. Well, they were unable to be surrounded by any of their loved ones, and so you stepped into that breach, and you became the conduit between people who lost their lives to COVID and their families and their loved ones. And I just can't imagine how much heartache and how wrenching that must have been for all of you. But what we know for sure is that our hospital system, particularly our entire healthcare system, and we all know that that's the case, long-term care, community care, home care, the whole 9 yards, has been in dire straits for a long time. When COVID hit our healthcare system, it was already on its knees. There were decades of cuts and freezes to hospitals by Liberal and Conservative governments, and then we elected some of us elected the Ford government, and we ended up with more cuts, big cuts, bad decisions, not only before COVID, let's not forget, the cutting of public health was happening before COVID hit us. The squeezing of the long-term care system was happening before COVID hit us. The canceling of resident quality inspections was happening before COVID hit us. But even during COVID, our premier made some pretty bad decisions, and it caused things to be worse than they needed to be. He could have been much more proactive during this pandemic, and he simply wasn't, and that had impacts. And now, of course, here we are, and as we all know, the public health measures are being rolled back, and the supports that we have been calling for all the way through have still not been provided, whether that's supports for small business, whether that's supports for schools and education, but most importantly, whether that supports for our hospital sector and our healthcare sector. And we know that those supports continue to not be adequate, which continues to put pressure on you and your colleagues in healthcare. I think that the other piece that we can't lose sight of is that the government all the way along refused to step up and view this COVID-19 pandemic through an equity lens. And I know that RNAO has been doing some important work in that regard on equity issues for nurses specifically, but also we saw that when it came to making sure that our hotspots were being addressed more adequately, that the attention to vaccine hesitancy based on where people were coming from, access to vaccines, access to paid sick days for people who are the frontline workers, often racialized, and of course in healthcare, most often women. The equity lens was never applied by this Ford government, and of course that meant that the most vulnerable people in our communities and our province were the hardest hit by COVID-19. I have to say that it didn't have to be that way, and I know it's easy to say that now, but all along, New Democrats were standing up as not only the official opposition, but as people who were listening to the science, who were listening to the experts like yourselves about what needed to be done to tackle COVID-19 more effectively. And I have to say that what we know for sure, what we've known for a long time, but I think COVID, amongst many other things, has shone a light on even more clearly, is that you need to have a government that has your backs, not that's cutting nursing positions, not that's freezing budgets, not that's squeezing our healthcare system. And I would say that I think that Ontarians know very well how important our healthcare system is and who holds it up. And there's just no doubt in anybody's mind that nurses hold up our healthcare system. I know you've probably heard me say in the past that nurses are the backbone of our healthcare system, and I think that it's really clear that that's the case. And for folks who didn't realize that, they certainly realize it now. Government should never have not realized that, but I think that has been the case for far too long. I want to say that that I've worked alongside the RNAO and worked diligently with Doris and others, as has my critic, Francelina, for years now. Not always absolutely in lockstep, but by far, really paying attention to and agreeing with the work that you do, and whether that's the work on opioids, whether that's the work on upstream investments, whether that's the work on the social determinants of health, you have been there time and time again to make sure that that we know as politicians and as policymakers what needs to be done. And as I said, I just have such great respect for your organization, for what you bring and what you've created in terms of the space for the dialogue for true progressive policy when it comes to our healthcare system. I know that it's not always been heeded. In fact, sadly, not been heeded to any extent to which it should have been, but I do value and have great confidence in what you bring to the table, and I will always respect the work that you do. I'll always fight for the kinds of actions that you're calling for, the kind of investments that you deserve, and will work diligently with you to implement the very kinds of recommendations that you're putting forward in your current platform. It's definitely true that we have an opportunity now. I've said several times in different occasions that now is a moment in time, a moment in history, where we need to make some pretty significant changes that will enable us to look in the eyes of our elders going forward, that will enable us to look in the eyes of our children and their children, and do that with confidence, knowing that we've actually seized this moment. We've taken this moment and made the changes and the investments that we need to make to turn around our healthcare system and to center it around patient care. And I know that's a value that you share. So we need to make those urgent investments. Absolutely. We need to make sure that the front lines of our healthcare system are there for patients, that our world-class public health system is robust and meeting the needs of people in our communities. We need to make sure that we do everything we can to completely change the way that we deal with seniors care, and that includes particularly home care and long-term care. It's the least that we can do for the people who have built our province and who have raised us all up and given us the opportunities that we have. All of that begins with a pretty simple step, and I'm shocked that, well, maybe not shocked, let me be honest, maybe not shocked, but it's chilling that our premier to this day refuses to do the right thing by repealing Bill 124. And it's just one step, but it is such an important step to symbolize really the fact that that we do not just talk about the work that you do and not just talk about how important you are, but show that respect through repealing Bill 124, not only because of the wages, and of course the wages are extremely important, particularly now while things are getting so expensive, but also things like mental health supports on the job. We know that there have been issues around violence on the job for such a long time. There are so many more pieces than the wages, but the wages are important. And they need to be permanent increases to the wages of nurses and nurse practitioners. I mean, the bottom line is, if we say we value you, then we have to step up to the plate and show it. Safety zones is another thing that we've been trying to get the government to agree with, something that provides a protection so nobody has to walk through a gauntlet of hate on their way to work. We've been fighting for more surge funding, a significantly larger amount of surge funding to clear the backlogs, making sure that the government keeps in place in perpetuity the number of beds that have been increased in order to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. We know that there needs to be a hiring blitz, and we're going to get into a Q&A, of course, about how some of these things can be resolved. I know that you've been contributing to that conversation quite a bit, and I'm grateful for that. There's a strategy that's needed to not only hire, but to retain. In fact, when I got up this morning, I was watching CP24 and I heard Doris say that exact phrase. It's about retaining the workers as well as hiring them, returning people who have so much to offer, but just had to walk away for their own well-being and their own mental health. There's just no doubt that there's a lot that we need to do, a lot that we can do, and we have to keep working together to make sure that nurses get the supports that they deserve, to make sure that Ontarians get the first-class healthcare, the best healthcare in the world. It's the least that they deserve, and it's exactly what we can provide if we prioritize our healthcare system, and particularly our nurses who hold that healthcare system up. So on that note, I'm going to stop now and take questions that folks have. And once again, just say thank you so much for giving me a chance to spend some time with you this afternoon.
Thank you so much. So we have a few minutes for questions. We'll go first to Deborah Lefebvre.
Hi, thank you, Morgan. Thank you. May I call you Andrea?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's lovely to meet you. I'm always so impressed with the passion that you bring to your speeches. Thank you. You mentioned many of the challenges that nurses are faced with. Can you speak more specifically about what your government would do for nurses, for registered nurses specifically?
Well, one of the first things we would do, and we've committed to this, if that scourge of a bill is still in place when we form government on June 2nd, we will be scrapping Bill 124 immediately. But we will also be looking to you and others who have been giving us some guidance, not just now in this moment in time, but for some time now, about things like ratios, patient ratios, particularly in places like ICUs, looking towards the staffing complement that needs to be in place throughout the healthcare system. I think not only hospitals, but I think places like long-term care, for example. I think about recommendations around the staff teams and making sure that the overworked situation that we have now, where nurses feel completely overworked because there aren't enough nurses on the team to provide that for the needs of patients, needs to be addressed. And I think we need to look seriously at, and it's a commitment we've made many times in the past, and it's something, one of the first things I learned when I became leader some time ago. And that's the whole issue of the full-time work, and making sure that that not only do we have proper pay and benefits on all in all areas of nursing. So whether you work in a hospital, whether you work in community, whether you work in public health, nurses need to be paid properly and have proper benefits. But they also need to have access to full-time work, and that's a huge issue. And of course, as we know, with retiring nurses as well as the impacts of COVID-19, all of those things and more are absolutely necessary. So those are some of the things off the top of my head, but certainly there's no doubt that the solutions are there. We just need a government that's prepared to put them in play.
Thank you, Andrea. And Madam President Morgan, may I ask one more question, please?
No, we're going to go to the next person, and then if there's time left, we'll go back to you. So next is Paula Manuel.
Paula Manuel. Hello, Andrea. Nice to see you. Thank you very much. Your words were inspiring, which are always the case when you're in question period. Your passion comes through very loudly. In terms of revenue streams, I know that Doris was spending some time on about how much money is being funded for healthcare and how much is actually spent. And some of the other provinces have been asking and looking into federal transfer payments. And I just wanted to know what are your thoughts about that? Is that something that you would petition for as the new premier on June the 3rd? Perhaps on the 2nd, you might be busy with other things. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Paula, for the question. And I absolutely, in fact, about a week and a half ago, before the first ministers had their meeting to talk about this very issue, I was on the phone to a couple of premiers in this country to talk about exactly that issue and to get a sense of where folks were at. But there's just no doubt. We have a national commitment to universal health care, or at the very least, universal hospital care and access to doctors. But it becomes eroded if the dollars aren't there. We all know that the federal order of government is the place where the financial capacity is the greatest. And what we want to do is make sure that the dwindling funding to provinces from the federal government is stops, and in fact is reversed, and we begin to see a greater proportion of funding to the provinces from the federal government. But I want to add this, because it's something I worry about a great deal. I want to add that there have to be some guarantees by provincial governments that the funding that's provided by the federal government is actually invested in quality care for patients, for Ontarians. I worry a great deal that some governments are not interested in the provision of care, and you'll all probably know already I have a bias in that regard around not-for-profit and public care. I don't believe we should be making profits in any sector of our healthcare system when it comes to provision of care. I believe that every single public dollar needs to be invested in quality care for patients. It shouldn't be going to corporations, to their bottom line, to their balance sheet, to return on investment of shareholders. Every single public dollar needs to go into care. And so absolutely, I not only agree that we need to see more federal funding for healthcare, but it needs to be ironclad that it's actually going to go to patient care and to shore up the people that provide that care. And that's something that I not only will fight for, but I will commit to.
Thank you. We have time for one more question, so we'll go to Lindsay.
Hi, Andrea. Can you hear me?
I can, Lindsay. Thanks.
Okay. So, yep, I'm Lindsay McLennan. I'm a nursing student at the University of Toronto who's going to be graduating in June. And my question is regarding the investments. So the increased amount of investment that the NDP would like to make in numerous sectors, but especially the healthcare sector. So Ontario is severely in debt, and the NDP does not have a stellar reputation in Canada in general for being money savvy. I don't know if that is partially due to the Conservatives' propaganda, but how would you change certain aspects of our tax code to increase the amount of money that we get so that we could fund the investments that we so desperately need, especially in our healthcare system?
I want to say, actually, on the contrary, Lindsay, the NDP writ large around the country, in terms of all of the various provinces, has the best reputation when it comes to fiscally responsible government. We've run the fewest amount of deficits in the history of Canada in provinces that have been governed by the NDP. And when we have run deficits, they've been the smallest of deficits when you compare them against all the other provinces. So I want to start out by disabusing you of that assumption that the Conservatives actually like to spin, but it is actually not the facts. Having said that, it really is about priorities. And what we know Conservatives do, and what this Conservative government is doing, is giving tax cuts to the wealthy corporations, tax cuts to the wealthiest of Ontarians. That's not the way to fund the basics that Ontarians deserve. And I would say one of the very, very important basics is our healthcare system. And I think that, as I said earlier, now is the moment in time where people are looking for governments that understand their priorities. And the priority that Ontarians have is a healthcare system that meets their needs when they have those needs and where they have those needs. And so not only will we not be favoring the wealthy corporations and the wealthiest Ontarians, but those with the most wealth are the ones that actually benefited even more from this pandemic. And so now is absolutely the time to say to those folks, you need to step up. You need to step up and help us fix our healthcare system, help us fix our education system, and get this province back on track. And I'm not shy. I'm not shy to be demanding those very things. I also want to say this: we'll see in the next number of weeks a government that is going to be throwing a lot of gimmicks out the door. They're already throwing gimmicks out the door now. License plate stickers was the most recent. They're pretending that they're on the side of working people, but we know this is just a way to try to desperately cling to power, and it's not what we need right now. What we need is a government that actually does believe in the people of Ontario's right to have access to healthcare, regardless of how much money you have in your pocket. We know that the current government wants to privatize more of our healthcare system. They want to pull more of our healthcare system out of the universal delivery and create a two-tiered system where more of their friends and more of Doug Ford's buddies can profit off of healthcare. New Democrats will never do that, as I already said. And so it's a matter of priorities, not only in terms of where you invest, but priorities in terms of who you're in it for. And we know who we're in it for, but we know that Doug Ford's in it for his buddies and for the big companies. And that's just not going to get us where we need to go. So I could probably talk a lot more about the fallacies around the NDP's fiscal commitments, but let's remember this: our government right now is bragging. They're bragging that they have a lower deficit than what they had projected. Shame on them. Thousands and thousands of people in long-term care lost their lives in the cruelest, most disgraceful way because Doug Ford didn't want to spend the money on the iron ring that he lied about. I'm sorry. I would rather have a little bit bigger of a deficit and be able to look at myself in the mirror that I did everything I could to save lives than to brag about the fact that I have a lower deficit while I watched thousands of people lose their lives, while I watched people in communities in hotspots having to go to work sick and spread the virus because they didn't have paid sick days. It's all about priorities. It's all about values. I know where mine are, and they're certainly completely the opposite of what this premier's are.
All right, thank you.
I have the privilege.
How are you? And your name?
Can we put the mute? So I have always the privilege to thank, and that gives me a little bit of latitude, Andrea. First of all, to say the following: the hallmark of a good CEO is to work with any politician. And the hallmark of every CEO or a good CEO is to speak facts. So I am going to, number one, say that Andrea is 100% correct on the issue of, and I'm not going to say why or who makes it happen, but it is real, that NDP governments across this country and in other parts of the world have less deficits. So I do want to absolutely concur with that. And it is very unfortunate. I don't think it's only the opposition parties that make it happen. I think people make it happen. People have this fantasy land in their minds, and I'm not sure why. But it is a fact. The same as I said before, even though RNAO and Andrea knows, does not support to reverse all the for-profit homes simply because it will create chaos, but go forward preference, not for-profit homes, and the same with home care. So I just, it's a fact that not-for-profit provides better care and is cheaper, right? The fact that we are saying that we do not want to reverse, like, for example, Manitoba, I believe, or BC, but that we want in the go forward is simply because we think it may be chaos to do it otherwise. Now, whether we are right or wrong, I don't know, but that's just so you know. And Andrea said that we work very well with some exceptions or some frictions. I don't think we have frictions. I'm actually overly impressed, but there is one exception. And is you mentioned today MPs by name, and yet you mentioned nurses by nurses. And I want to give you a fact. It is a fact that the shortage of nurses is on the RN side. It's a fact, Andrea. It's not a fantasy, it's a fact that where we are short in this, that we have the lowest RN per population in the country. So on that, I will ask that we continue to have a dialogue because it puts me nervous. Because while we support extremely much RNs, RPNs, NPs, CNSs, and PSWs too, and you know we do. If we don't have enough RNs, and we don't, it's a mess, both in home care, it's a mess in ICUs. I mean, I don't need to. So I would ask that we do a bit of more dialogue on that, because probably has to do more with the mastering the area than anything else. I also want to say that I will come after you if you become the premier, when you will be hopefully not saying this, but just in case, because it's on tape now, and the federal government will be offering whatever more money, which we are asking to, and all of a sudden the new premier will say, oh, we don't want strings attached, because we definitely need strings attached, because we need strings attached where there is a variety of programs, and we are writing now actually for tomorrow for the federal government our submission. We are going to ask for a return to the health accord, for example, where a variety of programs can go, whether it's pharma care, whether it is long-term care, whether it is whatever care that province needs, but it needs to be some type of sector that will benefit, whether it's interprofessional primary care more or home care more. I mean, there is no perfect province in this country. So surely enough, if people want extra money, not excess, it's never excess, but extra, fine, you have up to here for whatever you think, Mr. Premier and government, but the extra that we're increasing, put it in programs that actually will expand the basket of services in this country. And yes, in not-for-profit terms. So we may come after you by what you said today, because you said you are
Look forward to it. I look forward to it, actually. I do.
You know how many times I said to the premier in text, I will come with you to the feds when was the mess with the long-term care that we were devastated. We at RNAO, as you know, were devastated because we actually staffed RNAO through Via Nurse, and my colleague Daniel Lau, Kerry, Scott, and other people, Edwards, and other people from our membership department became a Via Nurse, moving nurses, right? Colleagues that volunteer, like colleagues here that said we will go to long-term care. And I said, let's go to the feds, ask for more money with strings attached for long-term care. So take a note of that, it's on tape.
Absolutely.
Andrea, sorry.
No, I was going to say absolutely. And I have to say, you know that we've made commitments around pharmacare. We've made commitments around dental care. Mental health is a big part of our platform. I'm glad that your platform is being presented, because I'm just going through probably this weekend one of our kind of middle drafts of our platform, and
Excellent.
I'll be comparing. So I appreciate.
And I know that I met with your chief of staff, and you had the unfortunate situation of Morgan. Morgan, show your hand. Exactly. And we couldn't meet because you had a surgery, Andrea, and you are good now.
Can you see it? It's I've got my scar here. I fell and broke my wrist and had to get a plate. So you all know what that is.
So by all means, as you are developing the platform, let's meet again, please. Because I think it will be really good for your platform and obviously for us. Thank you. Thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you for pushing agendas. And please know that we are here to converse any day, anytime. And thank you for visiting one of our nurse practitioner-led clinics. I meant to tweet that. I saw the tweet and then it was poof, gone from my machine. And then came all the stuff of Ottawa and was just, but thank you for visiting. I know it meant a lot to the nurse practitioners.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you do.
Thanks.
Thank you. So next we are joined by Mike Schreiner of the Green Party of Ontario. Mike is the leader of the Green Party of Ontario and MPP for Guelph, first elected in 2018. He's an outspoken advocate for climate action, affordable housing, and mental health, and believes in putting people before politics. Prior to becoming leader of the Green Party of Ontario, Mike was an early champion of the local food movement, founding multiple projects to connect farmers and households. Welcome, Mike.
Well, thank you so much, Morgan, for that kind introduction. And say bonjour tout le monde. Good day, everyone. And it's just an honor to join RNAO and your 48,000 members. I just want to acknowledge that I'm joining you from the Treaty 13 lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and just reaffirm our party's commitment to the truth and reconciliation process. And also just to express my deep gratitude for all that I've learned from Indigenous peoples about how to care for this land, water, the plants, the animals, and the people who live here. You know, I just want to say that RNAO's Queen's Park Day is one of the events I look forward to the most every year because it's a chance to connect with nurses who are on the front line every day, the heart and soul of our healthcare system. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart just how much I want to thank you for caring for our loved ones, especially during these past 2 years, and just all the sacrifices nurses have made. And we owe you an eternal debt of gratitude, not only for the work you do on the front lines, but also for just the relentless advocacy that you've put forward to bolster our healthcare system, our long-term care system. But I also want to be clear that words and praise need to be backed up with action. Action to improve working condition, pay, benefits, and to address the worsening nursing shortage crisis. You know, months ago, I wrote the Premier calling on him to implement a comprehensive retention, and I emphasize retention and recruitment strategy to improve working conditions and to address the nursing shortage. And we even outlined some measures the government could take, such as immediately repealing Bill 124, making pandemic pay for permanent for all nurses and frontline healthcare workers, providing N95 masks for all nurses, permanent mental health services and supports, bonus pay for nurses forced to work short shifts, streamlining the process of qualifying internationally educated nurses, bolstering admissions to nursing baccalaureate programs by 10% each year over the next 4 years, increasing the supply of nursing practitioners, and bringing in 10 permanent paid sick days. And despite our best efforts, and I know Doris's best efforts on many of those issues, you know, the Premier has just failed to listen. And so I want to be very clear that the Ontario Greens will never stop fighting for nurses and for a better publicly funded, publicly delivered healthcare system. We're going to continue to keep pushing for real solutions to the old challenges facing Ontario, whether it's solutions to address the nursing shortage crisis and bringing down nurse to patient ratios in homes and hospitals, or solutions like building healthier, affordable, and more sustainable communities. We have cleaner air to breathe, clean water to drink, and fresh local food to eat. You know, many experts are now saying that environmental health is the biggest indicator of human health. And unfortunately, this is only going to become more and more true as the climate crisis worsens. And that's why so many health experts are opposed to projects like Highway 413, which will supercharge climate pollution and further poison the air we breathe. So I want to be clear that we understand that the climate crisis and health are intrinsically linked. The climate fueled disasters like forest fires spew toxic fumes that pollute the air. Droughts and floods threaten our ability to feed ourselves with nutritious food. Dangerous heat waves put the most vulnerable at severe risk. And that's why the Ontario Greens are so dedicated to working with organizations like RNAO on the environmental and social determinants of health, so we can address the climate crisis and health challenges together at the same time. It's about building a greener, healthier, more caring Ontario, where care is affordable and accessible to everyone, regardless of income level, geography, race, gender, or ability. You know, access to care shouldn't depend on your postal code or the color of your skin. But unfortunately, we've seen during the COVID crisis that that's exactly what happens. And that's why the social determinants of health matter. And that's why I'm just so inspired by RNAO's emphasis on addressing the social determinants of health. An approach that prioritizes prevention as part of our healthcare, an approach that cures the systemic and root causes instead of just treating the symptoms, an approach where we invest in permanent, supportive, and affordable housing so people don't have to live on the streets, an approach where everyone has expanded access to mental health care and supports under OHIP, where children don't have to wait months or even years to access mental health supports and services, where addictions treatment and harm reduction is available so we can prevent the tragically skyrocketing opioid overdose deaths. And I was proud to join Doris in writing an op-ed on that very topic a year and a half ago. An approach where every Ontarian has a guaranteed livable income so no one falls through the cracks, where people with disabilities are supported properly under ODSP so they don't have to choose between paying the rent or paying for groceries, where we commit to protecting nature so everyone has access to clean water to drink, local healthy food to eat, and clean air to breathe. Investing in preventative care will help keep people out of emergency rooms and ICU wards. It will help reduce pressure on underpaid, overworked nurses and have significant costs that can be invested back into improving working conditions for nurses and quality of life for all Ontarians. Investing in preventative care is the fiscally responsible thing to do, and it's the right thing to do. And we can't talk about care without talking about the tragic humanitarian crisis that occurred in Ontario's long-term care homes. What's most infuriating and saddening is that so many of these unnecessary deaths could have been avoided with the proper funding, staffing, and oversight if governments had listened to the numerous reports that RNAO has put out over the years. We have to work together to ensure that a crisis like this never happens again. We need to put care before profits, improving working conditions in long-term care, because we know quality of work means quality of care. We need to commit to 4 hours of care now, not 4 years from now, because elders deserve better and healthcare workers deserve better. You know, we have the solutions to do it, to build a more caring Ontario where elders can age with respect and dignity in the communities they want to live without fear of neglect. We can create healthier, more livable, and greener communities that work for everyone, built on the principles of inclusivity and accessibility. It's really about having the political will to build the Ontario we want. And the Ontario Greens are committed to working with you to do politics differently in a way that provides the leadership that builds that Ontario. And so I just once again want to thank nurses and especially RNAO for the incredible work and advocacy you've done throughout the pandemic. And I'm really looking forward to answering your questions.
Thank you so much. So if anybody has a question, please use the raise hand feature. Una Ferguson.
as you likely know, Mr. Schreiner, Ottawa has gone through quite an environmental, I think, disaster in the last month. And I'm really concerned about the breathing issues that might be long-term from the diesel fumes, the lung issues, likely from the, just again, the fumes and the dust and everything else from the trucks. And also for the, what I think is really important is the hearing issues from listening to those horns for an extended period of time. Some of those people didn't sleep for 5 days. But I just think that long-term, we can't forget that. And I think Ottawa is going to feel the effects of it for some time. And I don't think it should be forgotten.
Thank you so much for raising that issue, because during the whole Ottawa occupation, I was talking about the need to, one, clear out the occupation that was terrorizing the people of Ottawa, but also to take into account the role that noise pollution and air pollution in particular, and especially the air pollution, the way in which it affects people's health. And I especially think of young children having to breathe that toxic air. I think as people with respiratory illnesses, asthma, COPD, and other respiratory illnesses, just the effects that had on people. And to me, it was one of the reasons that I was so, and I don't want to get overly political here, but was just so disappointed that the Premier failed to take the kind of decisive action that I think needed to be taken sooner. It was unfortunate that, that lack of action, and really, I would say the lack of working together. I was disappointed that the Ontario government chose not to participate in the trilateral meetings with the City of Ottawa and the federal government to end the occupation sooner. And I think we're going to need, so I supported the use of the Emergencies Act to end the occupation. And I certainly supported lifting of the Emergencies Act as soon as possible, which I was pleased to see the government do that, because it does set a precedent that is something we should be concerned about, because I deeply believe in the right of people to protest. But I've been calling for financial support to support those businesses and those workers who couldn't go to work. But I think we're going to absolutely have to make additional investments in healthcare capacity and resources across the province, but especially in Ottawa, to address the kind of issues that you've raised. So thank you for bringing them up.
Thank you. Helen Tyndale.
Hi, Mike. I am from Guelph. And I want to talk to you about, ask you about long-term care and home care. I graduated 49 years ago from nursing, and one of the last classes we had was the future is home care. That's where everything's going to happen. It's going to move out of hospitals. It hasn't happened yet. I have recently experienced placing my mother in a long-term care home, which we were all frightened about given the COVID history. I did not have a choice between not-for-profit or for-profit, because there were only 2 not-for-profits to choose from. This is outside of the Wellington, Guelph area. So it would have been nice to have a not-for-profit, but I didn't have that choice. We didn't have that choice. Home care became involved, and Mom had been on the list for 1.5 years before she was placed, and she was at different level of crisis care. There's a whole system to that. And so she had 21 hours a week of home care. And that is really not enough when there's 24 hours in a day and there's 7 days in a week. And my father had COVID between Christmas and New Year's, and we had to get 24/7 care. And he was in for 10 days, and he's fine. Pioneer protoplasm. Anyways, we paid $25,000 for the month of January to provide private care in the home for my mom. And, you know, my father could afford it, but he didn't want to. And in the end of January, we became involved in the enhanced service plan, which is supposed to be one of the PSW helpers. And basically that didn't even qualify for what mom needed. So it was rejigged and she did get PSW support. I really am, I don't know what the word is in terms of what this country needs, what this province needs in terms of long-term care and home care. And we need an entirely different model. My father keeps saying, why can't I be with mom in the long-term care home? And he doesn't qualify yet, but he's working on it. So, you know, some of the European models have homes where they basically have like an apartment and the person who needs long-term care is there, but the partner is there as well, which really provides a lot of support. In any case, I would like your comments on long-term care and home care. Needing more.
Yeah, so Helen, I'm just sorry that you've had so many struggles with your family and accessing care. And that's a story I hear far too often in my constituency office. And I know MPPs across the province. And I think we need to have an honest conversation with the people of Ontario about the fact that we need additional fiscal resources to pay for proper care for our elders. That's in long-term care. And I would argue we need to prioritize care over profits and not see any additional expansion in for-profit care. That's why I was so pleased, at least in Guelph, I pushed hard for additional beds and we achieved them at St. Joe's nonprofit and the Elliott community, which is municipally owned. So I was very happy about that. But we also need to make sure that there's proper staffing now for minimum 4 hours of care. We need to make sure that we have the proper nurse ratios in those homes. We need to ensure that the people caring for our elders are paid properly. And yes, we have to, I think, absolutely look at new models of care. So for instance, co-housing. I can't tell you how many elders would like to be in co-housing, but a lot of municipalities don't even allow it for zoning purposes. I can't tell you how many elders want to be in their homes longer, but don't have sufficient PSW care coming in. And quite frankly, those PSWs should be paid properly, should have full-time work, full-time benefits, and have their mileage covered when they're going between homes. So yes, we absolutely need to be making those kinds of investments. And it's one of the reasons, and I know one of the issues that RNAO is talking about is fiscal capacity. This is one of these things where I think we have to be clear with Ontarians. When the Premier puts out election gimmicks like this license plate sticker, that's $1.1 billion less money for elder care, for hospital care, for affordable housing. And so we have to, one of my priorities going into this election is to be honest with people about what we want to, what kind of world we want to build in Ontario, how we want to care for people, and how we're going to pay for it. And things like sticker gimmicks may sound kind of nice on the election trail, but that is a $1.1 billion drain from the kinds of investments that your parents need to be cared for properly.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're so right. There's definitely a lot that can be done in long-term care and home care to help keep people home and living with the people that they want to live with. I work in long-term care and I could talk to you all day about it, but I won't because we have a question from Jane.
Sorry, it's actually to tag on to what Helen was saying, and I think it is really important that when you spoke about preventative care, to look at even those long-term sort of palliative type care, that what is the preventative care in the palliative situation? Yep. What is the preventative care in the chronic situation? And often we hear preventative care to prevent disease, but not think about what the quality of a person's life is in terms of preventative care. And this morning, I was dealing with my dad, who's palliative, who has ingrown toenails that are gone through the skin and down, and no chiropodist to come in to deal with it. And if I don't get my eyes on it, nobody does anything and he gets care in the home. And my mom is efficient, which saves money on pills, food. She does all of the stuff. They're both in their 80s, right? And he has dementia, no aggressive behavior, calm as a cucumber in a home where there's love. And, you know, to keep him going, we need to think about these things, right? How flexible is he still to get up? Not just say you're going to keep him in bed and therefore you'll get extra care, right? And so those are the preventative things that I think I'm just giving you this information when, if you do come into power, that maybe you need to think about speaking to some nurses and saying, what does this preventative care look like in certain situations besides just preventative care for disease, right? Yep. Just a thought.
No, absolutely. And I totally appreciate that. And I have somebody in my family with a chronic illness, and I absolutely agree with you that an expansive understanding of what preventative care is. And it's one of the reasons home care in particular is just so vital, and why it just frustrates me so much that the system is so underfunded and the people working in the system are so underpaid, underappreciated, and I would just say downright exploited. Yes. You know, how can somebody provide that kind of preventative care in a home care situation when they have so many stops they have to make in a day and, you know, aren't even compensated for their travel time between those visits? So I absolutely agree with you in that regard. And I also think addressing issues around loneliness and isolation, investing in like one of the things I love about Guelph is we actually have a community center that's dedicated for seniors and creates a space and a place for social connections to happen, for people to access care and services in ways they might not otherwise be able to. And so it's one of the reasons I think we have to really look at new models of care and how that care works and how we fund that care. And I always just say to people when they say, well, how are you going to do it? Most of the time I say, well, just go read one of the 35 reports that RNAOs put out over the last 20 years or so. And a lot of the answers are there. So I think you're absolutely right. It's taking the time to listen, learn, and act on the ground expertise that we have in this province from people who work in the system caring for people.
Any other questions, Morgan, or is my turn?
It's your turn now.
Well, Michael, I think I like the comment of Jane the most. Did you hear what she said to you?
Yes.
Did you hear? So she said, when you are the next premier. So here is what I want to know, what my members want to know, because I think there are people here that could have been running for you. Do you have, I'm real now, you have nurses running in your team?
Yeah, we do, and we could use more, Doris.
Okay, so
absolutely.
Put your email there. Okay. I'm serious. Put your email because more than one person may be interested. This is the cream of nursing that wants to be involved in policy and politics. And you always inspire us, that's the word that I will use, by being so well prepared, and it comes from your heart and it comes from your own values. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't come only from RNAO platforms, although I do know you also do homework on that, and that is a good thing. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for being so well prepared. And if people want to connect with Mr. Schreiner, for sure. Thank you for being with us as always.
Doris, I'll put my email in the chat, and you know what? I'll just, if I could have a closing comment on that. You know, I believe in being honest with people. I'm likely not going to be premier. It's hard to go from one seat to being premier. But I think I've shown what one Green MPP can accomplish and the tremendous influence you can have at Queen's Park. And 3 Green MLAs in British Columbia have shown what you could accomplish in a minority government. You know, the PEI Greens is the official opposition in a minority government.
Well,
So
and
we
even
only
nationally,
need-
and even nationally. With
Exactly, even nationally. So we only need a handful of Green MPPs to have a huge influence in the Ontario legislature. And I would be honored and excited if there was an RNAO member, a nurse, part of that team at Queen's Park, because we need more nurses in politics. We need your voice in politics. And absolutely, I'd be honored to have you running and working with us and influencing my voice in this election. So I'm going to put, I know I need to go now, but I'm going to put my email in the chat and you can reach out to me anytime.
Please do. Thank you very much, Mike, and thanks for being with us. And to our colleagues, any of you that wants to get engaged in the next elections, whether it's helping people, whether it's helping nurses, or whether it's running for political parties, you can always send me an email and I will connect you with the leaders of the parties. I know that Mr. Del Duca, I believe, is next, and you will hear he has several nurses running. The PC, you already heard from Angela that she's running, and you also know Natalia is an MPP, and she actually started right here in this assembly of leaders, just so you know. She was a student at RNAO, and the same that is for the NDP. I don't know of a green person, so here you go, you have your challenge there, and if you want with Andrea, or if you want with Mr. Ford, or you want with Mr. Del Duca, go for it, go for it. We will support you. Do we have Mr. Del Duca? Do we have?
We do. So
I was promoting that you have nurses. Here you go. One of them is attending today.
I know. I see that. Yeah, that's awesome.
Well, I tried to get Taylor to come, and we would have introduced him because I know I'm in touch with him, because we are helping every single nurse, just so you know, Stephen, that runs for elections, every RN, NP, or nursing student, as long as they are RNAO members. That's the only caveat. We help them in distributing materials. We help them in, if there are other nurses that want to help and get the experience, to help them. So we are very proud that you have nurses running for you.
As am I, Doris. Thank you.
That's the perfect transition into Stephen Del Duca, the leader of the Ontario Liberal Party, has joined us. Stephen was first elected to the Ontario Legislature in September of 2012 and had the chance to serve as Minister of Transportation and as Minister of Economic Development and Growth. In March of 2020, he was elected as the leader of the Ontario Liberal Party. Since becoming leader, Stephen has been focused on building an Ontario where genuine opportunity is real for everyone and where nurses and healthcare professionals have the resources and working conditions they need to support themselves, their families, and their communities. Stephen, his wife, 2 daughters, and 2 dogs are proud residents of Vaughan.
Well, thanks very much, Morgan. I really appreciate the very kind introduction and, of course, the invitation to be here this afternoon with all of you. I always love that tail end, that very last sentence of my biography that tends to be read out at many of the events. The 2 daughters and 2 dogs, all 4 are in the house right now, and I'm at home right now. So if you happen to hear any weird noise in the background, I promise it's the dogs, not our daughters. They're busy doing their homework right now, but the dogs are a little bit, this is kind of the weird time in the afternoon for both dogs. So if you hear any noise, it's Sammy and Hunter, not Talia and Grace. But I am thrilled to be here with all of you. And I was just logging on as I heard the tail end of the time between Mr. Schreiner, Mike, who was obviously with you today, as others were, and before Morgan started the introduction. And of course, I heard Doris talk about the idea that nurses are stepping up in good numbers to run under the Ontario Liberal Party's banner and also other parties, which let me just begin by saying, I think that's fantastic. You know, I have had the honor of serving, as was mentioned by Morgan a second ago, in a couple of different senior portfolios, 2 different portfolios, 2 different cabinet positions over 4 years. The one thing that I found in the cabinet room and in the caucus room and in the legislature, generally speaking, is that it's really hard to beat real world experience. You know, my grandparents used to always say to me when I was a kid, experience in life is the best teacher. And when I was really young, that used to get on my nerves a little bit. But now that I'm just a little more seasoned, I realize that they were right. And so for those nurses that we have in Ontario, along with teachers, along with personal support workers, along with everyone else who's been on the front lines, in particular, over the past 2 years when it's been so tough, to have the courage to step up, to actually draw upon that experience is so critically important. And of course, I do want to mention there are currently 3 registered nurses running for the Ontario Liberal Party. We're joined today by one. I see her on my screen, my good friend Marjan Kasserlu, who is running in Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Doris mentioned Tyler Watt, who's running in Nepean, and we have Remy Judge, who's running in Brampton West. I don't want to jinx anything, but I am aware of other registered nurses who are currently seeking nominations. So I suspect there will be.
We should know the names.
Well, but because they're nomination contestants, they haven't won nominations yet, and I have to be fair. There are other people running in each of those ridings. But my point, Doris, is to say we have 3 outstanding registered nurses already on our team. I suspect there could very well be more. And that makes me really proud. Like, I'm actually genuinely honored because I have never had the chance to walk in your shoes, either in good times or in really tough times like we've experienced during COVID. And so to hear directly from Marjan and Tyler and Remy and the others that we have is something that's so important because it means that the ultimate platform that Ontario Liberals are working hard to develop will not just be something that's kind of pie in the sky, that's made up inside the ivory towers of government and has no direct positive bearing on your work, on the vocation, the mission that each of you is involved in. So having that real world experience, so important. And I also want to say, Morgan, to you and to Doris and to the entire RNAO family, one of the things that's been most encouraging for me during COVID, and let me just say, there hasn't been a lot of lightness during COVID. There's been a lot of darkness. I know that. A lot of tough times, far too many lives lost, far too many mental health struggles that we still have to contend with. There will be I fear, a long-term impact and not necessarily a good one because of what we've had to go through as a province over the past couple of years. But I just wanted to say to all of you, the work that RNAO has done, I mean, you've done it all the time. You've done it historically, as long as I've been around government and politics, but in particular during the past couple of years, the way that you have talked, the way that you have led, the way that you have advocated, fought, whether we're talking about obviously the repeal of Bill 124, which is so important and something we as Ontario Liberals are absolutely committed to, but it goes beyond just that. You know, RNAO was one of the first to speak up about what you saw as a severe shortage of nurses, registered nurses in particular, others on the front lines of healthcare and long-term care. You called out at the earliest days what the working conditions were like, how your members, how your colleagues, your brothers and sisters had to literally beg for adequate PPE, something that should never happen in a province as prosperous as ours. The fact that on more than one occasion, when not just the Ontario Liberal Party, but the other parties, the Green Party and the NDP in particular, were willing to come together and talk about paid sick leave, when we were willing to come together and talk about the need for a vaccine certificate in Ontario. That was back on August 30th of last year, just a few days before Premier Ford decided to implement a vaccine certificate. I think about earlier this year, I believe it was early January, when again, we convened 3 parties to talk about this idea of how to deal with the surges that we were seeing in healthcare, with the difficulties we're seeing. At each of those stages, RNAO was right there to not just participate, not simply to be a spectator, but to be active, to help shape the agenda, to speak up within those meetings that we were able to convene, but also to speak up publicly, to speak up to the media, to get a message conveyed, of course, out to your membership and the families that they have and the friends that they have, but to a much broader audience of the nearly 15 million people in this province, almost all of whom know that getting public health care right in this province is so fundamentally important. So, you know, that to me is encouraging. It's encouraging, first of all, that the three opposition parties were able to work across partisan lines. I want you all to know that when I reached out and invited Andrea Horvath and Mike Schreiner or their representatives to participate in those meetings, in those summits, I want you all to know we did invite the Conservatives at every time and every occasion. But I do think it's important to note that we have demonstrated during this pandemic that we can work together. So when I look at the very, very well-researched, very thoughtful, very responsible ideas that RNAO has been working on for so long, whether it's dealing with the nursing shortages, particularly registered nurses, the challenges we have in a long-term care sector that I will say right here, and I've said it on the record, has been neglected for far too long, including when Liberals were in power. I can admit that. It is the honest thing to say. It is the right thing to say. We need to fix that going forward. When we think about the mental health challenge and the opioid pandemic or epidemic, that other challenge that we've been facing that's been a little bit out of the headlines over the past couple of years, but is a serious, serious problem. We think about what's happening in our schools. We think about what's happening around housing and the affordability crisis that we have for all forms of housing. I know there's incredible work that RNAO has put into, again, the thoughtful ideas that you put forward. The best part to me, as I said a second ago, is that we do have the capacity in Ontario to do big things if our leaders, be it leaders inside politics or leaders within sectors and industries and organizations like RNAO, are prepared to do the heavy lifting. Now, there is no doubt in my mind that RNAO is always prepared to do the heavy lifting. There's no doubt about that. But I think it's so important that you not stop the work, and I know you won't, but that you not stop the work to force people like me and Mike Schreiner and Doug Ford and Andrea Horvath to look beyond just our own narrow partisan interests and to think about the bigger picture, of how many lessons we need to have learned during COVID-19 as we prepare to get through the rest of this pandemic, to make sure that Ontario is resilient enough to withstand future challenges and to build a recovery on the other side of COVID-19 that actually puts the most progressive priorities first, that truly puts people first in education, in healthcare, on the environment, on housing, on an economy where when we create prosperity, and we know this, in Ontario, we have a phenomenal track record of producing big numbers that look really impressive, economic growth, GDP, unemployment. It's good. We have that ability in this province. Where we've missed it over the last number of years is that when we create the prosperity, it's not shared broadly enough, and it's not shared fairly enough. It's not shared across all regions, and it's not shared across all communities. And that has to end. But I'm absolutely convinced, working closely with RNAO, working with any other Ontarian, including those who are currently in other political parties, if we're willing to put the partisanship aside, if we're willing to collaborate, we can deal with the challenge we have in human resources within our healthcare system, particularly the nursing shortage. We can deal with the fight against the climate crisis, making sure that we don't just set targets, but we actually achieve the targets, and they're ambitious targets. Making sure we have an economic recovery that truly works, not just for the well-connected few very narrowly, but does work for all of us. And making sure we have a publicly funded education system where class sizes are small, where every child, including my daughters and the kids we have right across this province, can excel, whether they have mental health difficulties or special needs challenges. Making sure that our schools are actually in a state of good repair. All of this and more can be accomplished. We just have to keep working together. And so, again, I want to thank you for the work that you've done as an organization to advocate. I want to thank nurses, registered nurses in particular, for the exceptionally difficult time that you've had to contend with over the past couple of years, when too many politicians have said the right things, but not backed up their rhetoric or their words with meaningful action that would genuinely help you. That has to end. I know you're tired. I know you're exhausted. I know far too many of your colleagues are understandably burnt out. We can't afford to ever let this happen or to let this continue to happen. And I want you to know that the Ontario Liberal Party, especially, including people like Marjan, Tyler, Remy, and some others that I have no doubt will be joining our team, will always make sure that we respect nurses, We respect the work you do. We respect the vocation, the passion, the energy, and the dedication that you bring to protecting all of us. You'll be respected. You're going to be compensated fairly. We're going to deal with you as true partners, and we're going to work on this together. And with that, Morgan, I'd be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much. If anybody has a question, again, please use the raise hand feature. Deb Lefebvre.
Thank you, Morgan. Hi, Stephen. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. I'm Deb Lefebvre. I live in the Kingston area, and something that you said that really sparked an interest for me is that public health care is a fundamental right. Here in Kingston, we have what is known as the Integrated Care Hub. It came about in 2020 as a result of homelessness, the mental health crisis, the opioid crisis, as well as homelessness. And it has been funded through the municipality. It has shown since 2020 a savings of roughly $500,000 to emergency room department utilization. So services that they provide, it's a 45-bed facility. Services cost roughly $70 per intervention on site, and hospitals are upwards of $350. So we're at risk of the ICH closing because the province refuses to fund it. What would your government do if you became premier? Would you consider making homeless shelters a fundamental right and ensuring that all homeless people who are largely marginalized have access to these sorts of services?
Thanks so much. Yeah, thanks so much for that question, Deborah. It's such an important point to raise. I will tell you, it's interesting, in all the touring that I've done over the past couple of years since becoming leader, I've been in communities, I've been in Kingston, and again, some of it's been virtual, some of it's been kind of in a conventional way when we've been permitted to tour that way. I think about what I've heard in Kingston, in Ottawa, in London, in Windsor. There are so many grassroots creative solutions to the challenges that we face. There is one disturbing trend that I hear in almost every case touching upon these issues, whether it's the homelessness or mental health and addictions or a series of other challenges. That disturbing trend is that a lot of the work is isolated and separated and not properly supported by Queen's Park, by the provincial government. Now in London, I heard, I'll use one example. I heard a great story from the team that works out of London's CHC about this incredible program that they had developed around looking at the mental health and addictions challenge as in their downtown core as a sort of a holistic challenge. So building in access to proper housing, proper shelter, making sure the supports were there, dealing with harm reduction, a whole series of issues that they were looking at simultaneously. And I was pretty excited because they presented what they were finding. They were running it as a bit of a pilot from what I recall. And the numbers sounded awesome, just like as you described a second ago, what's happening in Kingston. And I thought to myself, well, that's a natural fit for getting provincial support. And I was actually told, no, it's the opposite. They have been told by provincial officials that they have to keep it quiet, that they can't talk about it too openly. In fact, they've gotten financial support on a temporary basis from the federal government. But even though provincial officials acknowledge that the numbers look good, that the idea, the concepts look promising, that it's ideologically out of sync with the current government. Well, so my only thought is when I hear you talk today, Deborah, and what I have experienced in other communities is, how did we let it come to this? When we're talking about something as fundamental as shelter, dealing successfully, grappling with mental health and addictions, opioids, people losing their lives, families being torn apart. How did this ever become a discussion around ideology? To me, that's appalling. And I don't mean to be partisan. I'm not picking on the current government. It is the reality of what's on the ground. So look, from my perspective, as we are building out our platform, I am not focused on the ideology. I want the outcomes. I don't want people to have to struggle. to literally lose everything, to lose their lives, to have families be torn apart because they've lost loved ones simply because government, in this case, provincial government, didn't want to make the effort, didn't feel ideologically linked or aligned, or, well, aligned is the best word. That, to me, that's absurd. In a province as wealthy as ours, where we have the capacity to do extraordinary things, we should be able to put the ideology, especially on health, shelter, mental health, put the ideology to the side and actually deal with the challenge. So I would be quite open to coming up with not just one-off temporary pilot project support, but looking at ways that the province can step forward and provide ongoing meaningful support. Here's one more quick thing I'm just going to say. One of the things that I found when I was in government, and I fear is still the problem within government, is that when you talk to me about these creative solutions that exist on the ground that are for far less money, doing a better job of achieving outcomes, do you want to know one of the problems we have in the way that we budget provincially is that it's not a system that's nimble enough or agile enough on an annual basis to truly account for what you described. So we all know, by doing that work that you highlighted it, by doing that work that you're doing in Kingston, the cost per day is dramatically less than would otherwise be the case in an emergency room or a hospital. But when the Ministry of Health goes into Treasury Board every year and is advocating for its funding envelope, there is nothing that's dynamic enough within our current budgeting process that can properly assess on an annual basis how money is being saved in one area, one ministry, one segment of one ministry. How can we redeploy it differently? Everything is kind of baked in every year. So I've driven my own platform team a little bit crazy by telling them we have to break that model. If we don't break that model, we're never going to solve the problems. And we're always going to be stuck in this argument about what fiscal capacity do we have. Of course, we don't have unlimited fiscal capacity, but if our budget making process is not agile enough or nimble enough to be dynamic and take into account how we can be penny wise and pound foolish, as the saying goes, I fear we're never going to get to where we need to go. So I'm sorry that was a bit of a long-winded answer, Morgan, but I do feel really passionately about how we can take the resources we have and deploy them in a better way, in a more targeted way, getting the outcomes we're looking for, but being nimble in how we do it.
Thank you. Our next people aren't here yet, so we have a bit longer.
But I do need like 3 minutes because I challenge all the others. I cannot not challenge you.
So as long as you still have time, we can take a couple more questions, hopefully. Una?
Okay, I'm from Ottawa and I'm Una Ferguson. I have a son who's disabled and is on ODSP, and I'm looking at his ODSP form right now, and the shelter amount is $497.
Yeah.
I would like to know where you can find a shelter that's accessible, affordable in Ottawa or any place else for $497. I mean, I'm not looking for a free handout, but on the other hand, these people have to live, and they seem to have been forgotten during this whole pandemic. The 18 to 65-year-old is just not in the picture anymore.
Yeah.
And it's really sad to see that they haven't, they can't afford to really have shelter. And the answer to what I was told anyway was to put him in long-term care. He doesn't need long-term care. He's perfectly healthy. He just needs someplace to live that's affordable.
Well, listen, yeah, I mean, it's an absolute tragedy. The rates haven't gone up. They haven't moved. They haven't.
So my question to you is, like, what would you do? I mean, I think this is a neglected part of the society. So
it is for sure. And on every one of the open, we called it Take the Mic, the first part of our process around platform development, where party members, but also people who weren't party members, could actually come into the virtual process and the virtual portal. And we did a series of Zoom calls. I will tell you that one of the issues that was brought up at virtually every one of those virtual meetings was this notion of how ODSP doesn't provide the support that in any way, shape, or form is linked to the reality on the ground. And that with each passing year, it's getting further and further out of reach. So I have talked to our platform team. We are taking a serious look at the rates and how we can make them more reflective of the reality on the ground, whether it's for shelter or general support. Stay tuned for more details, but I am very well aware of, I'll say, how out of date and how insufficient the support is for those like your son.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jocelyn.
Thanks so much. Such a pleasure to hear from you. So thank you for this chance to ask this question. So I'm going to ask about climate and the climate emergency. We all care. We all know that we aren't going to be able to take a breath in between crises. We already barely can. They're coming one after another, and that's only going to get worse if we don't see dramatic action on climate now, and justice-focused action. And so my question, I guess, is going to be quick because I know we don't have a lot of time. Just, are you able to make the kind of dramatic commitments to action, not just commitments, that are needed and asked for in this platform on climate mitigation? And and can you describe how you can put that in place, given what you've described as a very not nimble system that needs to manage significant change in a very short period?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So yes, you have my ironclad commitment that the Ontario Liberal platform will have a significant component part of the platform that will address directly the climate crisis. Most of what we will be putting forward will deal with reducing GHG emissions in this province. I kind of touched upon this a second ago when I said, and these were the instructions I've given the platform team and our candidates who are helping with it. I've said, I am as an Ontarian, as a dad with young kids, I'm tired of targets that are being set or have always been set and then never achieved. So we can't just talk the talk. We actually have to back it up with that meaningful action, to walk the walk, as the saying goes. So I have told them that the emissions reductions that we will have in our plan will be spelled out. They will be legislated, so it won't just be talk. We're going to legislate the emissions reductions. They will be in keeping. They will be in keeping with what's sort of internationally recognized as where we need to go. I have also told the team that I do not want to get into a world where every 4 years we are creating a brand new carbon pricing regime in this province. I think that whiplash effect back and forth, where we've had in Ontario now 2 or 3, or maybe it's even 4 different approaches to carbon pricing over the past few years. I think we have to give, to be frank here, I think we have to give important sectors in our economy predictability. But I do believe within the current carbon pricing regime that exists provincially amongst our biggest carbon polluters, there's a way to ramp up the charges, and then most importantly, take the additional revenue from those ramped up charges and redeploy those revenues back into those industries that are the biggest emitters to help them transition to become lower or low carbon. And I think that's the way that we should be looking at this. I think we have to do more to convince people, nudge people towards taking public transit. As a former transportation minister, that's really important to me personally. And I also have asked the team to include, and we will include, a part of our climate change platform that talks about adaptation as well, because we know that even if we shut off all the fossil fuels being burned around the world today, which we should, but we haven't, we're not there just yet, we would still have to contend with increasingly dangerous weather patterns for a number of years to come. So we also have to look at how we can make our buildings, our neighborhoods, our communities more climate resilient as we are bringing down the emissions, to make sure that my kids, my grandkids, hopefully one day, will actually have a livable planet where they can thrive and not have to worry about something as existentially threatening as the climate crisis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's one more question in the chat if we have time for it. So it's from Dr. Cooper Brathwaite, who's our immediate past president. And she says, MPP Del Duca, thanks for your contribution today by identifying key issues we're facing in Ontario. What is your perspective on universal pharmacare and universal long-term care in the RN shortage in Ontario?
My goodness, those are 3 big pieces. It's hard for me to answer those ones quickly. I feel very strongly that in each of those areas we still have much more work to do. I'll touch upon the pharmacare one first. I think that look, the discussion has been underway for some time. I was part of a government that introduced OHIP Plus at the time. obviously a bit of an expansion towards a version of universal pharmacare for some of the youngest Ontarians. That was changed up by the current government, so it was more of a gap filler. I know the federal government's talked about it. I am keen to look. I am keen to look at ways to make sure that that percentage of Ontarians who have no access to prescription medication, either through workplace benefits that don't address it, or frankly, they don't have benefits at all. And by the way, there are far too many Ontarians that have no workplace benefits. They are working in precarious situations. They are vulnerable. That's something we do have to address as well. I am keen, at least as a first step, to look to how we can make sure that people who are completely uncovered and unprotected actually have an easy path towards getting the coverage they need. I don't know exactly what shape or form that will take. That's not necessarily a commitment all the way immediately to universal pharmacare, but I think it's an important first step, or at least next step, to take us in that direction. I think particularly around prescription medication for rare illnesses, rare diseases, which we know can be brutally expensive for families who are in desperate need of help because they are facing literally life, as you know, life-threatening challenges, life-threatening illnesses. On the long-term care front, look, I kind of touched upon this at the outset today. I mean, what we've had occur in long-term care for many years, including when Liberals were in power, is something that we should all be ashamed of. I mean, we all as Ontarians, not RNAO. And I say that because we have all allowed, including, again, Liberals, a situation to occur where it's been far too easy to take our seniors, take our elders, let them be institutionalized, let them be kind of at the mercy of people who are far more focused on shareholder dividends, shareholder payouts, rather than actually providing care. The notion that we have reduced inspections in this province, obviously the current government, that we haven't built enough spaces, that we haven't looked at the hours of care, the compensation packages for nurses, registered nurses, personal support workers. I mean, all of that indifference, disrespect to our parents and grandparents is now caught up with us and really kind of came home to roost during this pandemic. So going forward, and again, I've said this, though I haven't announced our long-term care or seniors platform just yet. I have said repeatedly, I don't believe that private for-profit care in nursing homes or long-term care in particular is something that's compatible with the care that we should want. I've also gone a step further and said, when I talk to my own parents who don't live too far away from where I'm sitting right now here in Woodbridge, my mom's 80, my dad's 83. If I went to visit them this evening and I said, Mom, Dad, if I become premier in 90 days, I'm going to make sure that you guys have a really nice nursing home to go to. My parents, who live in their own home still, would kick me out of the house and wouldn't invite me back anytime soon. And the reason is they know intellectually we need nursing homes. They know we need long-term care, but it's almost nobody's first choice to be institutionalized. So what can we do around community-based home care that is easy to use, that's easy to navigate, that's properly funded, that's public, that actually gives people like my parents easy to access, easy to understand what they're entitled to, what they can get, whether it's physio, whether it's a personal support worker. My dad has early stages Alzheimer's. He's still in okay shape, but we all know that's a pretty tough thing to deal with for a family. So my brother, my sister, and I try our best to help. And so far, thank goodness, he's doing okay. Obviously, as time goes on, he's going to need increasing, let's say, levels of care. But if I went to see my dad right now and told him, let's take you to a nursing home, like, he's still a pretty strong guy, you know, he would really make me feel it, because that's not what they want. And so if we're, you know, and even when someone like my dad is going to need that level of care, I don't want to see him stacked like a piece of cordwood in a massive institution. I don't want to see, he doesn't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that for myself. So I think we have a lot that we need to do to essentially break the existing model. There will be a lot of voices, they already exist, that will be telling us why it can't be done, why private care is okay, you know, don't be alarmist about this. They're all wrong. The status quo isn't good enough. It's not good enough for my parents, not good enough. I was close to all four of my grandparents, really blessed to have them in my life for a long time. Wouldn't have been good enough for any of my grandparents. And I don't want, as I get just a little bit older, I don't want to have to contemplate a situation where that's the best that we can have for seniors in this province. And so if elected, we will do what we need to do working with RNAO and so many others to actually get senior care or elder care right. And yes, we'll listen to the nurses. I just saw that in the chat. Thank you, Anu.
So I think I'm going to thank you, Stephen, and say very brief comments, and then also a challenging question, because I gave to everybody one. First of all, I think I want to thank you for being very honest with your answers. I think that's crucially important for our colleagues to listen. I think that today we have had a party of pre-election, real pre-election discussions, and it's very encouraging. And it's encouraging to see that, I will see it at the end, hopefully too, that you all were well prepared, and it's encouraging to see that you are looking at our platform closely. I also want to say that when you said about working with all other parties, you forgot one important piece, which is that you are very humble because you initiated that. So I want to make sure that my colleagues know that twice you call all the parties to meet. I was privileged in one to be with Marjan, and both of us were present. It was an interesting and at times, shall I say, heated conversation by stakeholders, not by the politicians actually, on solutions to the issues. But you saw the announcement yesterday by the OHA. They want 10,000 RNs.
Yeah.
So whether, take a little bit of credit, because I think you gave us an opportunity to come together and to really discuss tough issues that we thought we needed to all discuss, and that you brought us together. Now is the challenging question.
Okay.
So if you were premier, you would be, at least for the foreseeable future, because the prime minister is not calling elections anytime soon. And we don't need that at this point, because my gosh, we had enough of rah-rah-rah now in Ottawa, that we don't need any more challenges, shall we say, as my colleague Yuna well experienced and others in Ottawa, but also us from RNAO being very involved. Let's talk for a minute about transfer payments.
Yes.
Because I know your first answer. Your first answer will say, of course, yes, we need more money. So now comes the real question. Will you go with me, as I offered to the premier already, but he has not taken me on? And I offered to Andrea, and we will see if that happens, if she will, to say, yes, Mr. Prime Minister, we will take more money and we will have strings attached.
Yes, absolutely. Doris, I will tell you from my perspective, I don't call them strings. I call them standards and outcomes. And so really, at the end of the day, as just regular people with families, like, why should we care if a level of government is saying, if you're going to take this dollar, you have to make sure, whether it's in long-term care or in hospitals, I'll use an example here. You're going to take a dollar, you have to make sure you tell us how many nurses, particularly registered nurses, will you be able to hire with this money? And are you going to make sure it goes towards that use? Why would I ever want to say no? Why would I ever want it in healthcare in particular? Why would I be afraid of that kind of accountability? To me, I should embrace that accountability. Then I should transparently say to you, not you as RNAO, you as Ontarians, here's what I used your money for, because it's your money. And so to me, that's a no-brainer. I've never understood. I love our country, and I love the federal system that we have, the federation system that we have, the separation of powers. It's a bit outdated, but I understand. I've just never understood this game that goes back and forth around this particular discussion. Never.
Nor
Never
do we.
understood. Yeah.
Nor do we. And today I will be reviewing the policy platform, the budget for the feds, where we will be asking for a return to the health accord, simply because we want to put a title to it.
Yeah.
And we are not going to say only one program, but we are going to say a menu, Health Human Resources, the RNs, which is a shortage across this country, or NPs, or Health Human Resources, whoever they need in different provinces and whatever they decide. Pharmacare could be another. The other could be long-term care standards.
For sure.
And, you know, and you call it, I like it, the standards, rather than strings attached, but basically no free money because.
No.
Okay.
And really.
You are on record. Just so you know, Steven.
No, and I'm proud to be on record. But really,
you.
I just have to say, why would anybody not want to be transparent, especially in healthcare, and then celebrate it? It's, you know, Prime Minister, come to Ontario, you bring the check, we'll bring the people, we'll spend the money the way you need us to. There's more than enough credit to go around if we actually get the outcomes we need. More nurses, better care, public, not-for-profit long-term care that prioritizes our seniors and gives real care. I mean, anyway, to me, it's actually pretty straightforward.
I think my colleague Morgan offered wants the announcement in her place because she's a director of care. She's already preparing the site.
There you go. That's perfect.
With the check. She wants, we will say the premier is coming later on, and Christine and Minister Calandro. And she wants an NP, so it's one, you know, that's not a lot of money. Maybe we will get that for her today. You should ask that, Morgan. That's
Good
an
luck.
easy one.
Sincerely, good luck. Good luck.
I'll try to work that in.
That would be conflict of interest in the books.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Stephen. And of course, we are delighted that you have 3 RNs running. I'm dying to know who are the others, but I'm sure I will hear about that. And I think you should appoint them. I don't think there should be this democratic process of you know, you need more RNs, then appoint them.
I appreciate that, as always. Thank you for the advice, Doris, always.
Thank you. No worries, no worries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we are thrilled to be joined by some members from the Conservative Party. So we are joined today by the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, as well as the Minister of Long-Term Care, Paul Calandra, and potentially we'll have the Minister of Health, Christine Elliott, joining us as well. Doug Ford is the Premier of Ontario, who was elected as the MPP for Etobicoke North in 2018. Previously, he served as Toronto City Council as a councillor on Toronto City Council from 2010 to 2014 and was Vice Chair of the Budget Committee. A dedicated community leader, successful businessman with Deco labels, and passionate advocate for the people, Doug's commitment to public service runs in the family. 3 generations of Fords have served the people of Ontario in elected office. Doug is a lifelong resident of the community of Etobicoke and lives there with his wife, Carla, and 4 daughters. We're also joined by Paul Calandra, who has served as a minister in the Ontario Provincial Cabinet since 2019. Calandra has been the government House Leader for the Progressive Conservative Party since 2019, Minister of Legislative Affairs since 2021, and Minister of Long-Term Care since 2022. Calandra represents Markham-Stouffville in the Legislative Assembly of Ontario. He previously sat in the Federal House of Commons from 2008 to 2015 and for the Conservative Party, serving as Parliamentary Secretary to Prime Minister Stephen Harper from 2013 to 2015. In the 2015 federal election, he was a candidate in the Markham-Stouffville riding, created as a result of the federal electoral redistribution of 2012, and was defeated by Jane Philpott. Welcome, and unless Minister Elliott joined while I was talking.
Yes,
she did. She's here.
She did.
So,
and Premier Yoriam, perfect.
Perfect. So also,
you want to introduce her?
Christine Elliott currently serves as the Deputy Premier and Minister of Health of Ontario. Prior to being elected as MPP for Newmarket Aurora, she served as Ontario's Patient Ombudsman, where she fought for better access to healthcare for all. Minister Elliott is also a co-founder for the Ability Centre in Whitby, a facility built with the vision of celebrating all people regardless of ability. So I'll turn it over to the 3 of you.
Oh, that's great, Morgan. Thank you for the introduction, and And Doris, thank you for having me on today. It's greatly appreciated. And I apologize I can't stay on the whole time. They have me chock-a-block here. But again, I want to start off in saying it's always a privilege to join the Ontario's nurses. So before I begin, let me take a moment to thank each and every one of you for your dedication, selflessness you've shown from the front lines over the past 2 years. Today is about celebrating your accomplishments, your commitment, and your excellence in caring for others. Ontario's nurses have played such a vital role in our fight against COVID-19, and our healthcare system depends on your hard work, whether it is in your ICUs or long-term care homes, or administering COVID vaccines in mass vaccination clinics right across this province. We could not have made it through this pandemic without the life-saving efforts of our nurses. And as we emerge from this pandemic and look to repair our healthcare system, nurses will be at the center of our conversation. From investing $342 million to create 5,000 more nursing positions across the province, or investing $69 million in nursing education, recruitment, and retention, we are and will continue to invest in Ontario's nurses. But we know more still needs to be done to expand staffing, and we have asked the ONA for input on what it can be done to attract, train, and retain more nurses. We look forward to hearing from them and will continue to recognize the hard work of RNs and their service to the people of Ontario. And we will continue to make the investments necessary to support nurses in our healthcare system. Once again, on behalf of our government of Ontario and the people of Ontario, thank you for your tireless work and tremendous contributions, both throughout the pandemic and every single day. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Premier.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. And thank you very much, Morgan and Doris, for inviting us to join you tonight. I do want to congratulate you on the release of your platform and really appreciate opportunities such as today to discuss the issues that are so important to the province's nurses, patients, and in fact to all Ontarians. Today is about celebrating the contribution of Ontario's nurses in the fight against COVID-19. Whether supporting the vaccine rollout, to working in our hospitals, or in home and community care, time after time, Ontario's nurses have shown extraordinary commitment and worked tirelessly to provide the best possible care to patients. I know that many of you have personally made significant sacrifices to support the province's pandemic response, and I want to express my and our government's profound gratitude to all of you. It has never been more clear that a strong and stable nursing workforce is critical to support the recovery of our healthcare system in the months and years ahead. Simply put, investing in our nurses is an investment in the future. We not only need to continue to support our response to the pandemic, but also look beyond to the kind of Ontario and the kind of healthcare system that we all want to build. This means that we must support and retain the nurses we have, pursue opportunities to recruit or attract more nurses into our system, and continue working together to build a strong nursing workforce for the future. As the Premier mentioned, we have invested $342 million, which will, among other things, increase seats in Bachelor of Science in Nursing and practical nursing programs to add over 5,000 nurses to our healthcare system in the coming years. As part of this, I'm also pleased to say that as part of our ongoing recruitment strategy, we recently launched the first intake of a bridging program, which will allow career laddering of PSWs and registered practical nurses into RPNs and RN roles, helping to build up our nursing workforce. And we are working closely across government to actively manage nursing program enrollment to ensure Ontario has the right number and mix of nurses to meet the needs of patients and the healthcare system that we are building. We're also examining how our existing investments in nursing education, recruitment, and retention can be refocused to better support Ontario's nurses. This includes looking at expanding service delivery capacity in the long-term care and mental health and addiction sectors, and better leveraging the skills of nurses within different settings. We're also continuing to effectively integrate nurses in all sectors of the health system, such as in Ontario health teams. The RNAO plays a very important role in working with some Ontario health teams to promote high-quality clinical care and healthy work environments as those Ontario health teams advance integrated care for patients. Our government is also increasing our investment in RNAO initiatives, such as the Nursing Education Initiative, the NEI, so that RNAO can continue to support the development of best practices toolkits and help our nurses provide the best possible care and patient experience. And to further help grow the nursing and health workforce, we recently announced that the province is collaborating with Ontario Health and the Ontario College of Nurses on initiatives to deploy internationally educated nurse applicants to hospitals and long-term care homes. We're also proud of the work done to date as part of Ontario's enhanced extern program, with 3,188 active externs in the program and 475 externs hired on as staff in hospitals. These are just a few of the ways that our government continues to invest in initiatives to support nurses and strengthen our health workforce. But we know that there is more work that we need to do, and I look forward to continuing our work together to ensure patients can access the care that they need when and where they need it. So once again, thank you to Doris, to the RNAO, and Ontario's nurses for your ongoing leadership and advocacy to support better patient care in our province. Thank you again for allowing me to join you tonight.
Thank you, Christine.
Doris, could I just give a quick shout out? I apologize when I was speaking. I didn't see your biggest advocate, your biggest champion, Natalia Kusendova. And I'll tell you, she's on to me constantly about anything to do with nursing. And I just want to thank her for all her hard work, and obviously along with Christine and Paul. So she's
now, Premier, with all due respect, you have big competition now.
Yeah.
Because Natalia needs more company of nurses. Mr. Del Duca just announced he has 3 nurses already running, RNs. They all were, actually one is here. Yeah. So here is what we are going to do, and we will cahoot against all, not against, never. We will collaborate with all the politicians, because Natalia and I are plotting. I'm not kidding you, it's real, ask her. We are going to form an interest group. You know, RNAO has expert groups. We are going to form an interest group for nurse politicians. So you better get some more company for Natalia. People that want to run for you. Mr. Del Duca already has 3, and he said he may have more. I know the NDP has. The Green Party just put their address. So tell Natalia to do homework to bring you more people.
Yeah, no, we're doing everything we can, and we'll always be there to support the nurses.
No, I meant as MPPs.
Thank Doris,
you. Thank you. Natalia, where are you? I don't see her.
Natalia's right down there.
I'm here, Doris. Thank you so much for having me.
A pleasure to have you. Natalia started right here in this assembly.
That's right. The first time I ever came to Queen's Park was on a student placement with Queen's Park RNAO Day, just like we're having today. I believe this was like 7 or 8 years ago. So Doris is the one who first brought me to Queen's Park. It's a true story.
Great. Well, we need more like Natalia.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great.
So Premier, you have one here. Don't forget about me, Angela Kennedy.
Yes, Angela. Yes, sorry. They have you blocked out here.
Oh, okay. Angela, so I'm running in Beaches, East York, as you know.
Yes. Yes, and thank you. And can you move that little, there you are. Okay. Angela, now I can see you.
So, Premier, before you go, I absolutely need to ask a question. I have asked from all the leaders of all the parties. And it's easy. Actually, it's quite easy because I already invited you, but you didn't come with me. I want to go together to the Prime Minister. That was the question to all of them, and I have them all on record. So I will have you on record too, one way or another. And say to the Prime Minister, yes, we need to increase the transfer payments. And I will go and say, yes, yes, yes.
Oh my God.
But wait, no, Premier, it's not done. But with strings attached. Now, Stephen Del Duca said, don't call it strings attached, call it standards. Okay, you can call it standards, you can call it potatoes, you can call it soup, or you can call it strings attached. But basically, we're putting our budget tonight for the feds because we do that too with the feds. And we are going to be asking for whether you call it health accord or whatever that we used to have. So, you know, whatever they will call it or whoever will call it, with programs, whether it is more RNs, more interprofessional care, more Ontario health teams with interprofessional care, more, you know, anything that you think home care related to healthcare, home care. Will you go with me to see the Prime Minister and say, yes, we want strings attached?
Well, you know something, I'm the only leader out of all of them that have been fighting for the CHT for the last 4 years. Every single meeting we have with the premiers, every time I talk to the Prime Minister, I think he's getting sick and tired of hearing from me about the CHT, but I'm not going to give up. If we want to grow our healthcare system, any province, it's not sustainable when, you know, we're getting 22% funding off the federal government. At one time, it was 50-50.
So we agree that we need to ask for more, but if they give us more, can we dedicate it to specific programs is the question.
Yeah, so Doris, and thank you for mentioning that. I need more advocates like yourself. We've been just hammering the federal government. Now, let me be very clear. It hasn't just been the Liberal government. It's been the Liberal conservative that has ignored the proper payments to our healthcare. And it's just not sustainable to keep moving forward in the amount that we're spending without the support of the federal government. They keep kicking the can down the road. Well, it has to come to an end. And I can assure you.
So we are with you, but Minister Calandra needs money for long-term care. And I want to help Minister Calandra because we need.
If I can, Premier, if you don't mind.
Yes.
I'm not interested in strings being attached if they don't meet the standards that we've already set in the province of Ontario. Full stop. It is okay for every leader. You know what? Every leader who comes to you before you and says they'll accept money from the federal government with strings attached means it's a leader who has no idea what's happening on healthcare in the province of Ontario. Frankly, we don't need the federal government. I was a member of the federal government. You don't want the federal government telling British Columbia how to do their healthcare. You don't want them telling Ontario how to do their healthcare. In Saskatchewan, it is different. It is different from the urban areas to rural areas in the province of Ontario. Long-term care in Ontario is way different than any other province in this country, and we have set standards for long-term care over the last little while. I'm not interested in reducing.
But you can then accept the money for those standards that you're setting up.
I think, let me finish because I'm very passionate about this. Having served federally, the Premier is 100% right. We need more money, and he has been on this. But I am telling you, standard strings attached from the federal government never match what's happening on the ground in each province. And when we have been successful, it has been when the province has told them where we need money and what are the avenues that we need money for. Minister Elliott has been incredibly successful on that. The Premier has been throughout this entire COVID pandemic. So speaking on behalf of long-term care, I don't want strings attached from the federal government on long-term care. We're doing a lot of long-term care, and we want them to meet the standards that we're setting here in the province of Ontario. So as far as long-term care goes, I completely agree with the Premier. Let's get the money. It's very, very important, but let Ontarians decide where that money goes as long as it's being spent in healthcare.
As long as it's being spent in healthcare.
Yeah, and every single premier, 12 other premiers agree 100%. No one understands the needs of healthcare more than the provinces themselves. With the consultation through yourself, Doris, or Catherine Hoy, or anyone, that's who we want to hear from. But for the federal government to do jurisdictional creep, be it on long-term care, be it healthcare, be it education, they have their areas that they focus on, but we don't need lessons from the federal government. And I'm not being mean about it, because I think everyone has seen how well we've been working with the federal government, no matter if it's people agree or disagree or whatever. I've been working extremely well with the federal government, but we do not need any strings attached. We don't need to be dictated by any federal government. I don't care what political stripe they're from. Just give us the money. We'll consult with folks like yourself, Doris. We know where that money is needed more than the federal government. I can assure you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's do you have? There's a lot of people with questions here.
Can I take one more? And I apologize, folks. You know, they have me booked. I'm probably already 10 minutes behind, but I have two capable ministers to answer them. I'll take one, and then I have to move on to my next appointment here.
It's Paula, is your question for the Premier? Go ahead then.
Hi, Paula.
Mr. Premier, Paula Manuel from Peel Region, which is a next door neighbor to Etobicoke.
Yes.
I live in Malton, so I know Etobicoke well. I'm curious to know a couple of things from you, Premier. Bill 124, you may have heard of us calling on you to repeal that. The 1% is woefully inadequate, especially for our colleagues at ONA, who've been trying to get increased mental health supports for registered nurses. And just a couple of points here for the politicians in the crowd. We are educated, we aren't trained. We are registered nurses, not the colloquial nurses. So be specific, if you may, about registered nurses versus RPNs. RPNs is no shortage so much. It's the registered nurses that are really having the brunt of the shortages. So I would like to know from you, sir, about Bill 124. And I would also like to have an ask while I'm on the audience here, a task force that would actually address a lot of these issues that we've talked about today, the task force that would actually look at the education and the retention issues, et cetera, much in the way that your good colleague Elizabeth Whitmore did back in 1999. It's been 20 years. Perhaps we're a little overdue for a task force. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Well, thank you so much, Paula. And let's talk about compensation. I'll deal with that head on. As far as I can remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, Paula, there's no government, and mind you, I understand the incentive is a one-time temporary payment of $5,000, which equals to an average of about 6.9%. That's not including any compensation prior to that. So we're going to always make sure that our nurses are taken care of. We're above the national average, and we're hiring thousands of nurses. I just want to remind everyone, as the previous government fired nurses, we're hiring, we're up to well over 5,500, and we all wish we could snap our fingers and have more nurses overnight. We're accelerating programs through colleges and universities to make that happen. But I think if we're going to compare dollars and cents, again, I don't remember anyone ever giving a 6.9% increase, and we're going to continue always supporting the nurses, always making sure they're fairly compensated. But if anyone else wants to hop in, I'll pass it over to Minister Elliott or Minister Klander.
I don't have anything on this one, but I just want to remind you that, of course, Minister Rickford is a nurse. MPP Laurie Scott is a nurse, and along with Natalia, I'm glad to see that the Liberals are finally going to be matching, potentially matching the candidates, the people that we've already got elected from your industry. So we got really good representation already. And then when Angela comes on board, that'll make it even more. So.
And Angela, I apologize. Angela's an absolute champion. So eventually the Liberals and NDP will try to keep up to us on compensation, which they never have, and hiring nurses. So I guess, Doris, the campaign is on. Let's rock and roll. and I'll put our record on hiring and compensation against the Liberals and NDP all day long, every single day. But Doris, it's great to see you, and I want to thank everyone for their hard work. And we'll be getting together soon, Doris.
It was fantastic to have you here, Premier.
Great to see you always.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if Minister Calandra wants to make some remarks, because I know Christine did, but Paul didn't have a chance, so I don't know.
I think we can get through the questions, Doris, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay, so we'll go to Lindsay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. This question is for Christine Elliott. I'm wondering if you could provide further remarks on the February 1st press conference that was held, where you stated that you would be allowing independent health facilities to operate along with private hospitals. And I know that there was clarification that this wouldn't allow queue jumping, but I'm wondering why not invest in shoring up our existing public facilities and invest in building new infrastructure within the public healthcare system that's coordinated, that's within our existing regulatory bodies, that shores up the system we already have, instead of allowing a patchwork of independent facilities that will be more difficult to regulate and drain resources from the public healthcare sector. And I think a lot of us are concerned that this is just kind of a gateway, a soft transition into more privatized healthcare. And so I'm wondering if you can provide further remarks on your plan in this regard.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for your question, Lindsay. It is really important, and I'm very happy to provide some clarification of the statement that was made with respect to some of those facilities. We are not, as you know, we had Directive 2 in place, which postponed a number of surgeries and procedures while we were dealing with high levels of people with COVID. The announcement that was made on February 1st was the first step in reopening, in starting to lift Directive 2. So what we said then is that we are allowing for cancer screening programs to proceed, for pediatric surgeries to proceed, for what was the work that was already booked in those independent health facilities and private hospitals. We still have a few in Ontario to continue. So we're not making any new investments in them, not at all. We are investing in our public healthcare system. That is something that is very important to all Ontarians. It's important to our government as well. We want to continue shoring up and putting the money into our public system. But what I indicated before was we're just allowing those surgeries that had already been scheduled in facilities that already exist in Ontario to go forward. Not no new money, it's just allowing them to continue to do that work. Since that time, we have lifted Directive 2 in its entirety. So many hospitals now are able, if they have the space, and they're still able to receive patients if needed, if there's a surge in COVID cases. We all certainly expect not, but we have to provide for that. Those hospitals can now go up to 70% of their 2019 surgery volumes. Some will be even in a position, because they have such low levels of COVID activity, could go up to 90% of their 2019 surgical volumes. So all that we were doing, and the only thing that was said in that February 1st statement was we're allowing for that opening up of already scheduled procedures in facilities that already exist to continue. But our investments are going into our public healthcare system. We're putting the money, as I said, in the $342 million into training more nurses. There is more to come. Health human resources are a significant issue in our public system. And I know many people said to us during the height of the third wave, when the volumes were going up considerably, both in terms of the number of beds that we needed and specifically acute care beds, intensive care beds, why don't you just build more beds? Well, we can't, because we didn't have the trained health professionals that we needed. We didn't have enough registered nurses. We didn't have enough registered practical nurses, personal support workers, but I would say particularly registered nurses. That's why it's so important that we work together to recruit and retain nurses into our system, because we're going to need more and more nurses as time goes on, especially as we're proceeding to provide the 4 hours of direct care in long-term care. And we also need more nurses in mental health and addictions and in every sector. So we support our public healthcare system. That is a standard for us in our party.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we'll go to Deb LaFave. And just a reminder to keep your questions short, because we have a lot of people who want to ask questions.
Morgan. Thank you, Minister. My name's Deb LaFave. I live in Kingston here, Region 9, and I sit on the board with RNAO. My question concerns nurse practitioner-led clinics. We have 25 in Ontario. I understand we're not collecting data to measure the efficiency and effectiveness of nurse practitioner-led clinics. Here in Kingston, we have a physician shortage. We have upward of about 28,000 unattached patients. And nurse practitioner-led clinic would certainly lend itself to provide primary care. What is your position on this notion of another NP clinic, and also why the data is not being collected?
Well, I can't tell you why the data wasn't collected in the past, but we are collecting data now, especially with Ontario Health being on the scene. We've got our local Ontario Health teams as well. It is really, really important to collect all of this data so that we can understand what's going on in different parts of Ontario and be able to make good decisions going forward. But the work that's being done by nurse practitioner clinics in many parts of Ontario is absolutely invaluable. And we are expanding scope changes to provide for greater expansion for nurse practitioners to order MRIs, CT scans, and perform supportive care testing effective.
Is that an announcement?
Yeah, we missed, I think we missed that.
That is
Okay.
happening.
Wow.
That's happening.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Effective
So,
when, Christine?
Effective July 1st, Doris.
Fantastic.
That is marvelous news.
So,
Thank
fantastic.
you, Minister.
So we greatly value nurse practitioners as well as registered nurses and registered practical nurses. We need everyone because there's so many different ways that we need to deliver care in Ontario. There's room for many more.
Thank you.
That's great news.
Thank you. Kudarat?
Yes, thank you for picking me. I'm sorry, I'm at home taking care of children at the same time. That's why my camera is not on. I want to direct my questions to Christine Elliott. Thank you for joining us. My question number one is that part of our reformation or solution strategy to increase and to solve the nursing shortage issues or problem is to recruit a lot of foreign trained nurses from other countries. My question regarding that is that what is our plan, or what does the government have to make sure that these people, when they practice here, they are safe, their working environment is safe? And I'm talking in terms of racism. I'm a Black, I'm a Muslim. Recently I was working and I was really busy. One of my patients told me, you have to work your butt off. And I'm like, where is that coming from? And my colleagues told me, it's one of the rhetorics of Premier Ford, that immigrants have to work their butt off. They cannot just take the cake and sweet of Canada without working. I didn't listen to that news, but what I want to raise from there is that what is there for us as BIPOC, members of BIPOC community, to be safe while working in these very stressful environments, and such that people are not getting backed up by the rhetoric of political leaders to give them the liberty to assault us while we are working, while we are putting our family out. We are there. We get money for what we do. But what is in place? Because in healthcare, this person has offended me or has done something that is not right. If I report, he's still my patient. I still have to take care of him. The management cannot drive him out. He's still our patient, even though it goes on and on. There is nothing, our hands are tied. So what do we have to protect all these nurses coming from different parts of the world to work here and facing these conditions that some of us are already facing right now? So I really want the government, I don't know which government will be coming in, but government really need to put something in place for us to work efficiently without stress, without emotional stress, without feeling alienated that we don't belong here. That's my number one question. Number two question is that many nurses here are my senior colleagues. When Premier Doug Ford said that we are having compensation, that is a great thing to have compensation when you are hired. But the other side of the story, which maybe I'm not getting wrong, and that's why I want to also involve my senior colleagues on this table, that he said that the 1% is not really saying anything about it. Those compensations we are having, does it terminate our agreements, our contract agreement to work, to have our 1%? Is that now nullified? Is it a bye-bye to that 1% increment now? And why is it that it's only affecting major league nurses? And why is he not addressing that? That's my second question. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your questions. Kudarat, you're raising really, really important issues. There is no place in Ontario, and you're speaking about the healthcare system, there is no place in our healthcare system for racist or sexist comments to be made by anyone doing their work. We will not stand for that. And I will tell you that our Deputy Minister, Dr. Catherine Zahn, who was the CEO at KMH until recently, she did a lot of work on protecting employees from physical and verbal abuse by patients and others. So we take this very, very seriously. And if you are experiencing those issues, we are happy to follow up. That is something that we do not stand for. The Premier doesn't stand for, nor do I, nor does Minister Calandra. So we are there to protect people coming from other jurisdictions or people who are trained in Ontario as well. That is not acceptable. That is not something that you need to stand for. You need to be able to do your work free of that kind of stress and those kinds of insulting comments that are being made to you. Secondly, on your question with respect to the 1% increase, that's the Bill 124. There's still the ability to move between different grades and different levels. However, there is a 1% cap right now. We needed to do that to be able to protect jobs, to be able to save jobs and not have to lay people off. But we understand that there are concerns that many people in healthcare have about the bill. We have been having conversations with nursing groups about this to determine what can be done to continue to, first of all, attract and retain people in nursing, whether it is registered practical nurses or registered nurses or nurse practitioners. So again, it is something that we're taking seriously, and we would appreciate hearing from you with your comments on that. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Arik.
Hi, Minister Elliott. Hi, everybody. Good to see you. Thank you very much. My question was about the MRIs and the CTs. I myself am a nurse practitioner in primary health care. I work at Des Douane-des Aboriginal Health Centre in Hamilton, Ontario. I've been working there for the last 10 years, and I've worked with Indigenous communities flying into isolated communities for well over 16 years. As a nurse practitioner, certainly the ability to order an MRI or CT scan has caused delays in care for individuals that I've provided services to. It's also involved other care providers that have not been involved with the care of the clients and are unfamiliar with the client situation. So once again, for working with a community that has experienced ongoing historical traumas, bringing other individuals that don't necessarily know the entire history of the individual, but yet have a great knowledge of the history of Indigenous peoples and the relationship with Canada. But bringing those other people in and having that ability to order the MRIs and CTs, yet also being able to independently order narcotics, but not be able to order CTs or MRIs. So I'm happy to hear that, and I just want to clarify, I know the point of care testing I've heard has been coming down the pipeline, but I haven't heard much about the MRIs or CT scans. So you've mentioned that by July 1st, CTs, MRIs, and point of care testing. I just want to clarify that.
Yes, that's correct. And we will have more information forthcoming well in advance of that time.
Excellent. That delights me to hear that, because it's going to greatly impact my ability to provide the best possible care to individuals. I'm curious also whether the ability to order EKGs for urgent conditions will also be coming along with that.
It won't be coming with this, but we're constantly looking at scope of practice to make sure that every health professional is able to practice to their highest level, and to make sure that that people that need help, and I know that nurse practitioners work in many parts of the province, in rural areas in the north, working with Indigenous communities, which is particularly important. We are working with Indigenous communities in a collaborative trilateral process. And we know that there's still a lot of work that we need to do, but it also needs to take into account culturally appropriate practices, which we need to know more about. And so we look forward to finding the solutions that are best for the communities, and that's going to be by speaking with the people who provide the care and have the knowledge about what's necessary in their particular area.
That's excellent.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott.
So we'll go to Kathy Moreland next. You're on. Go ahead.
I'm unmuted. Thank you. This question's for Minister Elliott as well. Hello. Thanks for speaking to us. I'm a recently retired full-time professor of nursing. And so my question to you is there a part of your platform that's going to address the shortage of educators that are going to be needed to educate all of these placements in colleges and universities that you're talking about?
Well, yes, absolutely. It's a very good question. We need to make sure that we have the educators available with the knowledge and experience to help newer members of of nursing as a profession, and that we also have people that with the knowledge and experience both within the schools, but also within the hospitals. And that's why the extern program has been very well taken up, because I know that there are many nurses that may be thinking of retiring perhaps earlier than they intended because they are burnt out from dealing with COVID. But we don't want that to happen, because there's so much knowledge and experience there that is invaluable, that we want to be passed along to the newer nurses who need that. I did have the experience to speak with several externs at South Lake Hospital several weeks ago, and they told me what a difference it made for them to be able to work, first of all, with nurses in the program that they chose to work in, but also with the nurses that were there in charge of the program that they deferred to. But it gives them invaluable experience, and not to mention confidence, that once they are able to start practicing, that they can, first of all, go into working in the area that they choose to work in. And secondly, that they have the confidence, having worked with nurses and worked with the person who is the coordinator of the extern program, to be able to start fully into practice. So again, I think that experience and knowledge, both in schools as well as in hospitals and home and community care, wherever it happens to be, is very, very important.
I guess I need to be a little more specific about the supports I'm asking for.
Okay.
As has already been pointed out to you, nurses aren't really trained, we're educated. And in order to be educated at a baccalaureate level, the expectation is that you have a PhD in nursing to be a faculty member, or have a master's degree in order to be helping guiding clinical practice. And so I'm asking, I guess specifically, are there going to be supports to provide financial incentives to nurses to go back to school, as there was probably around 10 or 15 years ago, to complete PhDs? Because currently there's no fiscal incentive to go through that.
Well, I can tell you that I'm working very closely with the Minister of Colleges and Universities, Minister Dunlop, on programs that we can bring forward and work that we can do to help train nurses. But you've raised this particular issue about training for the advanced degrees that you need in order to be teaching nurses. So perhaps, if you don't mind, I'll take that back and have a further conversation with Minister Dunlop on it. It's a very relevant and important issue.
Thank you.
I'm going to jump in and ask a question to Minister Calandra, because I feel like you've got off pretty easy so far during this question period. And what I wanted to know about, so I work in a long-term care home, and very much appreciate the 4 hours of care that we are working towards in long-term care. However, has your government considered, or would you consider implementing any kind of skill mix expectations as connected with that 4 hours of care, to require long-term care homes to have a specific skill mix, that either the skill mix recommended by RNAO in our Nursing Basic Care Guarantee or by the Long-Term Care Commissioner?
Which is the same.
Well, it probably wouldn't surprise you to know that one of my very first conversations with Doris, after she said, "Hello, nice to meet you," was this topic for about half an hour. And it was a wonderful conversation where she gave me a lot of information. My second conversation on this was with Ministers Rickford, Natalia, and Laurie Scott. So it's a very, very good question. And we are working on this, to be honest with you. I need a little bit more information, a little bit more consultation has to be done on a few different areas, in some of the rural areas as well. But the case mix is something that we want to get right on this. So look, yes, it's top of mind, because there's no point in getting to 4 hours of care if it isn't the appropriate level of care, and if it doesn't meet the needs of the people in their homes that we're trying to care for. So short answer, yes, we are working on it. It has to be a vibrant mix, if I can say that. And I've heard very, very loud and clear from my colleagues here in the legislature of what they think. Also with representatives that we've been meeting with at our SLAT table, and a lot of different stakeholders. And actually in the homes themselves, with some of our partners in the homes who are just basically telling us, look, these are the types of things that we are seeing in the homes. It is different in different areas. So yeah, 100%. 4 hours of care isn't just going to be, 4 hours and it's going to be a PSWs. They do great work, but that's not what this is about. This is about a continuum of care that we can all be proud of, that has to involve you, that has to involve physiotherapists, that will involve the PSWs, nutritionists. So that's where we got to get to, and that's what we're working on. But I do need a bit more consultation in a few different areas of the province to get to where I think I'll be comfortable with. And then we'll obviously come back to you to get advice on anything we do before we make some final decisions on it. Hope that answers your question. Don't feel bad. I don't feel bad if you're not asking me questions. Not hurt by it. I'm actually quite relieved. That's the deputy premier does such a good job. You don't. It's nervous being in a meeting with the deputy premier because you know what? If you make a mistake, your boss is right there with you. So it's not to mention Doris. I know will call me right after this. And
no, I need to tell you more than that, Paul.
I know. You'll set me straight.
You turned the phone twice off, thinking that was your staff. Was actually me.
Oh, I know, but I didn't know how you could be calling me when I was looking right at you.
Because I was trying to tell you that you need to make an announcement.
Okay, I couldn't figure it out.
Look, Minister Elliott made an announcement without even prompting. We need to embed the VPGs in EMRs in nursing homes. Staffing is important and absolutely is critical, but the evidence to practice is critical.
I'm going to say this. This is a very, very unique time, not just in long-term care, but in healthcare. It really started with, and I'm sorry, Deputy Premier, but it started with when the transition to Ontario Health Teams. I was very lucky in Markham-Stouffville. We had the Markham Health Team, which really opened my eyes to how healthcare should be done. And I think I told you this story, Doris. My father-in-law is 92 years old. He broke his shoulder in Ajax, but had to come and live with me in Stouffville. And the transition from a hospital in Ajax to home care in Stouffville to then finally being in a long-term care, palliative care, and retirement home, holy mackerel. I'm an elected member of Parliament. So when I started hearing about the transition to health teams, awesome. But this is a unique opportunity. Funding is there. We're building new hospitals. We're building new long-term care. We're working with you to bring healthcare professionals in within both long-term care and the healthcare system. But it's on us, you, people that you represent, and us to get it right, because this type of transition comes around very infrequently, I think. And we'll work on it and get it right.
Well, we can help you with that. Big time.
I know.
And Minister Elliott knows, because we have helped all the other sectors big time, including already 130 homes that are using the guidelines. You know, especially when you have such a challenge with capacity building in nursing homes, because it's the reality and it's not your reality. It has been there for I don't know how many decades, right? The resources are so limited in long-term care. When in addition to improving staffing, which is a must, and thank you, Morgan, for, Morgan is actually a director of care in a home. By the way, she cannot say it because it will be a conflict of interest, but I can say it. Minister, she needs one nurse practitioner, just one. Of the 75 that you will have, she needs one. So no conflict of interest, you didn't say it, Morgan. But what they need also, when you have, at the very least, we will have, even if we do the way we want, you will have 55% PSWs. You will have still very few RNs and RPNs, 1 NP per home, even best case scenario. You then need actually evidence at the point of care that people can use to practice. And those homes that are doing it are doing a magnificent job with that. So we need to facilitate that for them. Minister Calandra, I want to give you congratulations on one specific issue that has nothing to do with health or healthcare, although it's affecting the health of all of us, especially of my colleague, Deb Lefebvre. Where is Deb? Deb, you don't know what's coming. But it's the fact that you took Mr. Randy Hillier on. She lives close to him. I don't. I only take him on behalf of my colleague, Deb Lefebvre. I tip my hat that you put that motion. You may want to share with our colleagues because I haven't, but I did tweet about that. And kudos to you for doing that. If you can share with our colleagues what you did, please.
And I'll say, Deborah, the best thing that comes out of the Randy Hillier thing is knowing that in your region, there are more people vaccinated than anywhere else in the province of Ontario. So it is something that drives him to distraction. But we passed a motion in this House the other day to not only demand that he apologize for what were full-on racist comments. And if you don't know them, I'm not repeating them because they're not worth repeating, but racist comments, his behavior during the protests was horrific, an embarrassment, frankly. And his behavior this entire time has been, if I've learned anything, it's patience from the Minister of Health, who throughout this, but we've passed a motion condemning him, censuring him. We haven't done this since, gosh, I think the 1800s in Ontario, and he will not be recognized in the Legislative Assembly. He will not be allowed to speak. We will not give him airtime in this place until he apologizes for his remarks. And we're not going to allow him to get up in the House and apologize. It's not what we want. We don't want to give him a platform. He's to write a letter of apology to the federal minister that he insulted, to the people of Ontario, to the legislature, and we will decide as a legislature if his apology is sincere or not. But I think the final thing that we can do is see the backside of this guy on June the 2nd, once and for all, and you and your riding can get your community back and get a representative that you can be proud of. And I'm sorry, I know some people, I think you all will agree, and some might not, a small subset might not agree. I have no issue whatsoever. And I'll say this, this was unanimous in the Legislative Assembly. This was not, didn't fall on partisan lines. We all worked together to make sure that we could do this motion against them. And I think we're all on the same page. The sooner we see the backside of this. Anyway, I'm gonna, Doris, you trigger me. There's some people that, I love this place, I love politics, I love the back and forth of it all, but we have no place for a clown like that. You know?
Thank you.
So yesterday was a second tweet from a reporter about the motion and about why he was not expelled. And you're right, since 1888, no one has been expelled, and that was the only time. So I said, well, this is the second chance then, and MPP Hillier may take the the opportunity. It's a disgrace. It's
the best thing that
a
we
disgrace, but it's not the first time, Minister Calandra. This has happened repeatedly pre-pandemic too in the region. And
yeah, the best thing I will say, and then I'll leave it at that. The people in his riding expelling him will gratify me more than a group of MPs trying to do it. We can't do it unless he's been convicted of something. Really, and the one time that it was done in 1885, it was because the member's family asked us because there was a capacity issue. But Deborah, like when you go back to your community, let them know that we continue to represent all of us on both sides of the house, represent your community for you, and please get rid of him and let's put somebody. I know you will. Anyway, I'm going to leave it at that because this triggers me because people work too darn hard.
Thank you. Thank you. I see other hands are raised, but I just very quickly wanted to say that if it were not for the Registered Nurses Association, for particularly Doris Grinspan, I would not have had the courage nor the power behind me to accomplish this. So it really falls back to RNAO. I simply reached out to Doris. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have time for more questions? We're way over time already, but
there's one more, Morgan.
There's two more people.
Oh,
there's two more
sorry.
people that have questions, but do we have time for them?
It depends on Minister Elliott and Minister Calandra.
I think we have time for two more questions.
Okay.
And I think we will have to leave, but yes, thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Dania.
Thank you. My name is Dania Versailles. I'm a registered nurse and also a director of clinical services at Canadian Mental Health Association in Ottawa. I'm also
co-chair.
Yes, Doris. I'm also the co-chair of the Black Nurses Leading Change Interest Group and also a panel member of the Black Nurses Task Force. And I want to circle back to Kudrat's comment about her experience, which is really our experience about racism in nursing and in healthcare in general. I'd like to know, racism is very insidious, and it just contaminates. Once it's there, it contaminates until you stop it. You need to be aware of it. You need to acknowledge it in order to change it. And I'd like to know, what are your plans to really make the leaders from the highest level of authority accountable to tackle racism within nursing and healthcare, for that matter? That's my first question.
Well, thank you very much for your question, Dania. And I think you're right. It is insidious. It does happen. It is not acceptable. And I think it starts from the top. It starts from us at the Ministry of Health saying this is not okay, because then the heads of the hospitals need to know that as well. So it has to start from the very top. And we have to show that example. As I mentioned, Dr. Zahn, who has had experience in running hospitals, she has done a lot of work in that area, and we would look forward to doing more work with you and with your committee on specific provisions that you think that we should bring forward. But it is something that at the ministry, we do take extremely seriously. Nobody should have to work in a situation like that and put up with racist and sexist comments that are being made to people, legitimately just doing the job that they were hired to do. So I would say that I would be happy to work further with you on that and bring Dr. Zahn into the conversation as well, because it's not acceptable.
Thank you. And now we'll go to Jennifer.
Hi, thank you very much. So I'd just like to bring your attention to the results of a Canadian study conducted in actually 2020 by Stelninki and colleagues on suicidal behaviors in nurses. And in a sample of 3,969 nurses, they found that 33% admit to having some lifetime suicidal ideation. 17% admit to having plans of suicide over their lifetime, and 8% have actually attempted suicide within their lifetime of nursing. 8% of that sample equals 317 nurses. So we are definitely in a mental health crisis in the nursing profession. This is not only worrisome for nurses, but this has implications for nursing students as they, move into the nursing practice. There was a recent study also done in the United States around the same time, and their results were similar, showing that nurses are at a much higher risk for suicide than the general population. And I just wonder if you have a comment on this and what your plans are to support the mental health of nurses.
Well, thank you, Jennifer. This is a very significant issue. I know that the next crisis I think that we're going to face in our healthcare system is for mental health and addictions crisis. Associate Minister Tobolo is working with me in the Ministry of Health in terms of dealing with it. But I know that for frontline healthcare workers, for nurses in particular, this is a significant issue. This has been exacerbated by the pandemic because of some of the things that people have seen. I know that there's PTSD that some nurses are suffering, especially I would say in the long-term care sector, where they saw things that nobody should see, no one. And we take it seriously. We have expanded our mental health support significantly, combined with the money that we did receive from the federal government. We've put an additional $525 million into our healthcare system, but we've also expanded supports for nurses, healthcare professionals in particular, to have access to online psychotherapy, to online courses, and so on. But we also know that often people are reluctant to come forward to go to KMH or to Ontario Shores or elsewhere for help. And so we are developing a specific hospital at the Runnymede Center for frontline providers. It was originally thought of for police officers and firefighters, but we said no, nurses need to be included in that as well, because nurses are at the forefront of some of the most difficult things that anybody can ever see in healthcare. So we are working on that. The plan is in development. And so that will be a place where nurses can go to receive treatment. There will be residential treatment there, and it will be all with other frontline providers so that it will be safe, it'll be secure, and it can be at the time that the person is able to be there. So it is something we take very seriously. We know that there's more work we need to do in mental health supports, and that's one of the prime ways we're doing it in the future, even though we have online and other online psychotherapy and other supports available. But thank you, really important.
I want to augment your comment, Christine, because of two reasons. One is we are involved, RNAO, on that proposal. I was involved with the president and CEO of RNAMIT, and to tell my colleagues that it is out of this world what they are developing. So the hospital, the board and the hospital actually secure the land and everything, and the government is putting money now to get it operational. It will have indigenous areas for reflection. It will have a place also where people can bring their pets, because for some people the pets are extremely important. It really is out of this world. So kudos for supporting that. I was there when the premier and all of you announced it. I joined online because didn't want to go in person yet. The other thing is I have been talking with Minister Tivolo, and I must apologize, so please do not tell him she said and why haven't you done it, because it's me the issue here. And on the fact that RNs, as you know, Minister Elliott, we spoke many times years ago that RNs and RPNs too, actually, and NPs can initiate psychotherapy, can provide psychotherapy, and yet they're not engaged. They're not part of the envelope of funding that was put for other professions to offer psychotherapy. And Minister Tivolo did ask me to connect, to send him the materials, and that he will look into that, and I am about to do that. So please know that if you can, after I send that to him, not before, because it's again my hold up here. If you can speak with him, that will be great, because just picture, right? If someone needs psychotherapy and is used to do psychotherapy with an RN or with an NP, that all of a sudden they need to switch because the funding for this is by other health professionals. So that's very important too. I want to ask you, because I am about to write tonight to Anthony Dale. Anthony and I have had many discussions about why hospitals have not been more vocal on the issue of RNs. And as you know, yesterday the OHA put a call for 10,000 additional RNs and 3,000 and change RPNs. It's the first time in decades, quite frankly, that the board of OHA decides that they need such a significant number of RNs, and that only points to the challenge that we have in our midst related to especially surgical ICU, step down, etc. How fast do you see that really moving? Like, you know, if someone asks us and is in our platform and we will resend it to you, absolutely we can have them. You know, the premier has asked me, absolutely we can have them. Because while the issue of IENs that you announce is there, is minuscule. We have 26,000, and someone, you should put it in your platform, and for that matter, I will say to any party, that something needs to happen with this issue of fast tracking, the IENs joining the workforce. These are not people that we are going to other countries are stealing and bringing here. These are people that chose Canada as their home, and it takes For some of them, very fast, but for large numbers, very long, very expensive, right? Very expensive. And I know Natalia has been also speaking, because I know Natalia is on the same page on this. It really, something needs to happen with the INs. It's just not okay. It's just not okay.
Well, this is something that has been an issue, as you know, Doris, for many, many years.
Yes, yes.
And so we are very pleased that we've been able to work with Ontario Health and the College of Nurses to allow for this first group of internationally educated nurses to come on board, work in our hospitals and long-term care homes. What they were lacking was Ontario experience, which kind of begs the question about how do you get experience if you can't go and work. So I think that we are making some progress. There's more work that we need to do, and we need to do what we can there. But we also need to have more nurses, educated nurses. Don't just pop up. It's a long period of training, intensive skills.
Education.
The education is extremely important.
For
and
sure.
We have a series of initiatives that we are working on to help nurses, some of which, and to also to help nurses to be able to go to places where we really need nurses, in northern parts of Ontario, some rural parts of Ontario. So we are looking at ways that we can attract nurses to be able to go there. And so we have a whole strategy that we are working on, but we would certainly love to hear more from RNAO on other measures that we could bring forward, because it is one of the most important issues for us. As a government, you can, as I said before, you can build hospital beds, but what good are they unless they have the skilled professionals there that you need?
Yeah. So, Minister, Ona Narinio, that's strange. Ona Narinio are on the same page on the issue of including them in the NEI, same as we include when nurses graduate, that they have the 3 months of, practice experience. The same to do with internationally educated nurses, and then to bring those retired nurses that, they can serve as mentors. They can serve as mentors. We have so many colleagues that will be so wanting to be mentors for new graduates and for IENs. Because we have the solution is there. The solution is there. The numbers for the solutions are there. Like when you think 26,000, it's not 20,000 even, it's 26,000. We met with the Fairness Commissioner. We are meeting next with the Human Rights Commissioner. And we will continue to work and try to see what can the college do to really fast track a bit the process for INs, because these people chose Canada. They were nurses. Some of the schools they are in, I know the schools. Some of the schools are even in the US. They're well-known schools. So there is no rhyme or reason sometimes. So
I would agree. There is more work that we need to do. So
thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much, Doris, for allowing Minister Calandra and I to join you tonight. Thank you for inviting us. Thanks to RNAO for all of you for your great questions. I've learned something here tonight too. So it's wonderful for all of us. And I hope we have the time to meet again very soon.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, and good night, everyone.
Thank you to both of you, and thanks for joining us.
A great pleasure. Thank you.
Take care. Take care.
So the next piece on our agenda is break time, but we're only about like an hour and 20 minutes over time so far. We are intended to finish our meeting at 7:30, which is in 3 minutes from now, but we have not yet heard from our panel. So I would propose that we take a break and then return for the panel, because I know that they've put a lot of time into their presentations. And how long of a break do people want to take? 5 minutes? Was that five? One
Five.
hand up?
Five, I think, because people will be tired if not.
Okay.
I
Can we
mean,
have enough time to eat? Can we have enough time to eat, like 10 minutes?
you can bring your food to the table.
I'll put the camera off. Okay, fine.
Yeah, you can turn your camera off and
I still have to
eat.
get my food, but that's okay.
Yes.
Yeah. 10 minutes. I think 10 minutes.
You want to give 10 minutes,
Let's do
Morgan, so
let's do
people
10
can-
minutes so people can get
Bio
up,
break.
have both a bio and food break, and then we'll come back for the panel presentation. I know I really don't like going over time, and I know a lot of people really don't like when we go over time, but when we don't often get our politicians for such an extended period of time to be able to have a meaningful discussion and dialogue with them. So I hope that you won't be too upset about it.
I don't think so. I think it was great, Morgan. Thank you. Hello, everybody. We are welcome, team. And I think I have Madam President-elect, Dr. Holloway. I see her. I'm trying to look at the screen. Can we take the sign off, guys, to my team and put the full screen of members, Marjan?
Doris, I don't know who's operating the screen. I don't have.
Can you find out, please? Can you find out? So thank you so much. Fantastic. Here you go. That was fast. Before even you clicked, they did. Must be Ifra or must be Anne-Marie. In any case, thank you to everybody for being back. Morgan needs to go and deal with an issue at work. I want to know what all of you are eating because it looks very yummy, at least what Kathy's eating. I'm eating this very boring pear, but it's very yummy. But I see a lot of people munching, but we are not going to spend a lot of time on that. You can write in the chat. But I want to introduce our president-elect, Dr. Claudette Holloway, who will be facilitating an amazing, amazing panel. I suggest that we all put our videos off and we only leave the panelists with Madame Claudette on so that we can recognize the people in the panel, if that's okay. So Dr. Holloway, take it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gernspan, for the introduction, and thank you all for your patience as we continue, even though we are late. I'm thrilled to be hosting these 6 wonderful nurses on Queen's Park Day for a conversation that connects our lived experiences as nurses to what we are asking our political representatives to embrace and do. The ask in the platform, as you've heard, are big, but so are the issues that we need to address. The word crisis comes up a lot these days. We have a climate crisis. As nurses, we know firsthand that we have a nursing crisis like never before in the province. COVID, we all know well, but the number of people dying every day from toxic street drugs tell us that we have more than one public health crisis to contend with these days. Talk to any young person about finding somewhere affordable to live, or just even the challenge of accommodating a remote First Nations community about housing conditions, or even just the challenges of accommodating a station nurse. Look at the number of people living and dying unhoused, and you have to conclude we have a housing crisis. We're going to talk about all of these issues over the next while, and importantly, we're going to talk about how they intersect with each other and how they relate to nurses and nursing. Joining me today, I have 6 panelists. I'm going to start and ask Dania to introduce herself.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Dania Versailles. I work in Ottawa at the Canadian Mental Health Association. I'm a director of clinical services, also panel member of the Black Nurses Task Force, and as I mentioned earlier, the co-chair of the Black Nurses Leading Change Interest Group.
Thank you, Dania. Sarah?
Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Lancaster. I am a nurse practitioner who currently works as an attending NP in long-term care. Today, I'm looking to address a little bit about the asks of our platform that were related to long-term care, seniors care, and NP recruitment.
Thank you, Sarah. Lee?
Hi, everyone. I'm pleased to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. And I'm the Director of Clinical Services with Inner City Health Associates. And I'll be talking about social determinants of health, specifically housing and the overdose crisis.
Eric, I'm not sure if you got back from putting the kids to bed yet. Eric, are you there? In that case, we will go to Marilee.
I think I'm here. There I am, somewhere. Good evening, everyone. Marilee Nugesic. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for the Canadian Indigenous Nurses Association. So obviously I'll be looking at the perspective of Indigenous nurses, Indigenous ways of knowing, and how all of the Indigenous nurse issues and concerns relates to each of my panelists. Looking forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilee. As soon as Eric comes back, we'll bring him in. This time we'll go to Jocelyn.
Thanks so much, Claudette. I'm Jocelyn Radcliffe. I'm the chair of the Nurses for the Environment Interest Group, and I'm here to talk about, fittingly, the environmental determinants of health. My big role right now is as a PhD candidate at the University of Waterloo here on the Haldeman tract, and I focus in on climate, well-being, and food in my research. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Jocelyn. And I want to start with your comments, Jocelyn. You're an RN and the chair of the Registered Nurses Ontario Nurse for the Environment Interest Group, ONAG. With all that we as nurses are confronting these days, tell us why it's important that we don't lose sight of these particular concerns.
Thanks so much, Claudette. Well, I think a lot of us know generally that we're in trouble when it comes to the climate. I don't know how many of us also know that we have a lot of intersecting issues alongside the climate, water, quality, access, and the right to water, safe water and sanitation is another one that's included in the platform. Right now, we're seeing dramatic shifts here in Canada related to the climate warming of more than double what we're seeing across the world. I don't know if you saw that there was the IPCC report that focused on how important it was for us to stay at 1.5 degrees warming or less. And right now we're sitting at about 1.2, and we still have some locked in warming. So there's reason for concern about the climate and all the systems that it impacts, of which there are many, including intersections with social determinants of health and equity issues. I think we need to keep this, the issues of climate, the issues of water, and intersecting issues of biodiversity and land degradation in our front of mind, because it has such an impact on the health of our communities. We saw 740 deaths from the big heat wave in BC in 2021. Every year we're seeing wildfires leading to health issues with smoke inhalation, loss of home, displacement. That's just one element. We really need to stay active in issues of the environment, because issues of the environment are really issues of human well-being. And just to continue to be active and leaders in what we know is one of the greatest challenges for health that we face today.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Marilee, I know that RNAO across all of its work, and ONAG too, environmental advocacy embraces the need for partnership with Indigenous communities. Please elaborate on the importance of understanding and respecting the distinctive spiritual relationship that Indigenous peoples have with their traditionally owned lands and waters, and how undermining that relationship impacts Indigenous people and their health.
Thank you very much for that opportunity, Dr. Holloway. And Jocelyn, thank you for providing a nice foundation to what our nurses are doing and how they're addressing environment and climate and the issues that you have pointed out in your opening remarks. And they're very important to Indigenous people. And I just want to take a step back and recognize that I am currently on the unceded territory of the Algonquin people, the Anishinaabe people here in the National Capital Region. And I further want to clarify that I am not a nurse. I have been involved in healthcare in the Indigenous portfolio for over 30 years. In getting back to the issue that Dr. Holloway had pointed out, our recognition and our connection to the land and the environment, the water, and that which we have watched be continually raped over the decades, has continued to be an assault on our identity. When we have to, and we have been for many centuries, people of the land, we are obliged to also look after the land. But of course, the rate of industrialism has increased the losing battle, if we can call it that. When we go to fish and we're seeing two-headed fish, we're seeing toxic waters. We can't wash ourselves. We have to wait for, we're still under boil water advisories in many communities. We have to look at being very safe about our water, in the sense that you use it for consumption and your personal hygiene. You can't be washing your clothes every day or taking a shower twice a day. You have to be very careful of those things. But at the same time, we are looking forward to how we as Indigenous people will collaborate with our non-Indigenous partners in addressing some of those issues, which are part of the 94 calls to action under the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report. By doing so, we will take back to the land the wrong that has been done to it. Every time that you take away something, every time that you eat something, every time that you drink something, you're taking something from Mother Earth. What are you giving back to it? When you make land acknowledgements, do you understand your role and responsibility when you do so? When you are treating the people, are you also cognizant of traditional approaches versus Western practice? When you're looking at the protocols of respect for our people, and how the input needs to be community-based, and how those are all intertwined. I look forward to the conversations with my other colleagues at the table who will relate to some of these issues, like Dania, with mental health and well-being. That is one that has come up on our radar many a time. When I look to other issues in regards to the housing issues, many of you have extended family in your current life. You have your immediate family, your husband or your wife, your children. But then in First Nation communities, you may also be added with your auntie, your uncle, your grandma, your cousins. You may have 3 or 4 families, therefore 12 to 16 to 20 people living in one household that might only be 900 square feet, and that is not properly insulated and not properly conditioned for the environment that they are in. Without getting too passionate into it, I'd like to, go to our next panelist and then provide linkages as we move along in the conversation. Thank you again so much for this great opportunity.
That's wonderful, Marilee, and we're so glad to have you. Even though you're not a nurse, you're very valuable to us and the input here today. I was hoping that Eric would be here to give his experience, but he will come along. But Lee, I'm going to move over to you. Okay, Eric is here. Oh, that's wonderful. Eric, so Marilee was just talking about the Indigenous peoples and the importance of the land. And over the years, you worked as an NT, but let me stop there first and give you a chance to introduce yourself.
Hi, everybody. Thanks. Sorry, this is, of course, for those that are parents know this is prime time for getting kids down and making sure they're down. So hopefully it may have some tiny heads pop in. My name is Eric Rankin. For those that don't know me, I'm a nurse practitioner in primary health care, and I'm delighted to work at the Aboriginal Health Centre in Hamilton, Ontario. I've also worked in isolated First Nation communities across Ontario and have been working with Indigenous community members for over 16 years. I'm also a father of 4 and also am completing my PhD with a focus on Indigenous health and health equity. More importantly, looking at the role of the Indigenous patient navigator across Canada. And so I was happy to be invited to speak with this fantastic panel and provide a little snippet of some of my experiences and how to provide a bit of an idea of what my experiences and lived experiences might contribute to how the RNAO platform is outlined. So as my dear colleague Marley had mentioned at the beginning of her presentation was recognizing the land which she's on. I'm currently speaking on from the land of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee peoples within the agreement of the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Much like what was said, I say that in understanding my role as a non-Indigenous individual, understanding my privilege and keeping that and recognizing that, and also as an ally to work with Indigenous peoples. So it's a pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you, Eric.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Did you want me to continue on, or?
I have a couple of questions that you can probably fill in what you have. Over the years, your work as an NP has taken you in and out of remote First Nations communities. Tell us about the interplay between the environment and social determinants of health and the health system response. And how does the health system need to respond? And what roles exist for RNs and NPs in this response?
That's a really good question, and I put quite a bit of thought into it. The current way the healthcare system is structured, certainly there have been improvements over my years as an RN and as an NP. Currently, the situation in isolated First Nation communities is beyond subpar. The social determinants of health, the ability to access safe housing, safe drinking water, the disparity between funding for education for Indigenous communities versus non-Indigenous communities. I could go on between these disparities. We all know as nurses the direct impacts of the social determinants of health on the health and well-being of the people that we provide services to. In particular, working in isolated communities, I've seen firsthand the impact of these determinants of health. I've worked with families and individuals to try to navigate a predominantly Western healthcare system, and how to broker relationships with traditional healers and knowledge keepers, and how to do my part to ensure that language and culture is preserved, and how I can contribute to that bigger picture. More importantly, when we look at the structures that exist, many of the communities are functioning within nursing stations. The healthcare, particularly emergency healthcare and primary healthcare services, are provided typically exclusively by registered nurses and nurse practitioners. And for those that are nurse practitioners, know that much of the role has come and derived from those roles in northern communities. And so, I think that definitely looking at support to have more nurses that are available and have the education and cultural training to understand the histories of Indigenous peoples and with Canada. And more importantly, understanding our role as healthcare providers, serving the Indigenous community and learning from the Indigenous community as opposed to caring and treating them as patients. And then I mentioned I work at Dejwada Desne's Aboriginal Health Center. I work at an AHAC, an Aboriginal Health Access Center. A model which I believe very strongly and wholeheartedly is a way of the future for healthcare, not individual practices. We all know team practice, team-based practice, involving, particularly in my case, traditional healing, elders, and knowledge keepers, but also working with RNs, RPNs, and other interdisciplinary healthcare team members. These are the models that we need, and Ontario health teams need to be looking that way and abolishing those other forms of models that aren't going to be patient-centered, team-based, or ultimately looking at the community as a whole.
Okay. I want to come back to you just for a moment then, Marilee. If you could add something about your role with the Canadian Indigenous Nurses Association in terms of what Eric has said.
Thank you very much for that opportunity. So what we are doing, this is, this is a fantastic time to be in health. And I really bow down, and I sincerely mean that from my heart. I am so grateful to have the nurses that we have to be able to work along with our Indigenous nurses. It's an exciting time because the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action have 94 different recommendations, well, calls to action. And furthermore, what the government of Canada and therefore the province and territories have done, have called on all of you to reach those calls to action. I have nothing to reconcile, but I want to make sure that Indigenous people are there to be with you, to guiding you in understanding our Indigenous ways of knowing, our protocols, our governance, our data, our research, our ethics processes, so on and so forth. And by doing so, we're able then to work with you to bring a report card to the table. And this is something that Dr. Greenspan has been very, very enthusiastic about over the past few years that we have discussed this. And it's interesting because it not only looks at the sections number 18 to 24 on health, but it also includes section 7 on employment gaps, section 10 on education, numbers 57 for looking at training and skills development of public service health employees, number 62 for looking at justice and reinstatement. Yes, I've read the calls to action many a time because I wanted to make sure that when we got into this discussion, I could understand what you were faced with. And it is a long road ahead. However, there is a bright side. We are developing a path that will allow for us to prepare the way for the next 7 generations, the generations that are to come, that we won't see, but we will know that we have laid a direction for them, a map of what they can follow. We will have laid the foundation for legislation, regulatory, scope of practice, guidelines, best practices, so on and so forth. But I think that we also want to make sure that we put into place the things that First Nation communities need. And that's something that I still find a lot of non-Indigenous people are getting confused about. They hear First Nations, Inuit, Métis, Indigenous, Aboriginal, Native. Guess what? We're all the same people. But when it's funny to get into a room to say, when you're utilizing those terms, it lets me, as the national voice for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis nurses across the country, know where you are politically in your framework, where you understand things, where you're at, and and I can see the challenges that organizations are going to be getting through. And it's something that Erica's already touched upon, the understanding, the appreciation for the challenges. And we don't see these as something that's going to suppress us or oppress us. These challenges are accepted as learning opportunities for us to be able to communicate with our non-Indigenous allies and partners, and to develop frameworks and cultural safety practices and cultural competency and so on and so forth. But as we do that, it also allows us to take a look at some of the other things that are necessary for us to develop those paths. Indigenous health, human resources. I really love the idea that Doris mentioned tonight about political nurse network group. God, I'd love to see that one. And the other ones, looking at health, human resources. Do you know that they already have all of those data frameworks and workforce analysis done, but they don't have them done for Indigenous? And I keep on challenging them and I say, why? Why? I still not getting an answer, but I keep on saying why. But it's important for us to know that at least we're now at the table where we're going to be addressing these issues and looking at better outcomes for our people, regardless of jurisdiction and regardless of their identity.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marilee. I'm going to go over to Lee now. We'll be talking about the land. And as you think about land, you think of home. As you think of home, you think of those that are homeless. And Lee, in your role with the Inner City Health Associates, every day you see the impacts of a variety of social determinants of health. Perhaps you could touch on the role of housing. We saw some startling figures earlier about affordable housing.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I think that what we've seen over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic has really been how the social determinants of health are exacerbated or worsened when it comes to, in particular, around issues related to housing and how people who don't have a home or don't have a stable home are not able to self-isolate, are not able to socially distance, and certainly having that precarity in their living situation definitely leads to poor health consequences. Currently in a large, rich jurisdiction like Toronto, there's about 10,000 people experiencing homelessness, so far greater than the shelter system can accommodate. And certainly when we think from a nursing perspective about the majority of shelter or sort of shelter population or shelter setup, there are congregate, like the Nightingale sort of suites that you can imagine in a hospital setting, which is really not conducive to infection prevention and control. So one of the strategies that has been implemented as a result of the pandemic has been to essentially decant shelters and have people move into single occupancy hotel rooms. And while that has provided an opportunity to create sort of wraparound health supports in those hotels, to have people have a dignified space where they can self-isolate and socially distance, it also has had an inherent risk as well of isolation, and isolation has some health consequences like overdose and overdose deaths. But I think just in terms of your question around housing, we've seen really devastating impacts of not having affordable housing and not having supportive housing in this province, not having Indigenous specific supportive housing or Indigenous specific housing strategy. And I think ultimately, collectively, we can work to end homelessness, a healthy end to homelessness. But the impact of these sort of dual health emergencies or dual crises has really been devastating. We've seen families that have missed rent and have been new into homelessness, refugees, refugee families, people released from custody, jails that have been on outbreak and having to decant jails very quickly because of outbreaks, and people having really no place to go. And we've seen certainly the rise in encampments all throughout the province, but certainly some major tent cities that are in the city of Toronto. So really, if we think of housing as a social determinant of health and how you can't really pass go unless you have a safe place to live. So a lot of negative health outcomes as a result of homelessness and houselessness.
Now, we saw in the platform presentation earlier today that there has been 139% increase in opioid-related deaths among people experiencing homelessness during the pandemic. And recent research shows that opioid recipients in Ontario, including those receiving treatment for opioid use disorder, have reported ongoing challenges in securing primary care. Please tell us about access and equity issues in our health system.
Yeah, it's such a great question, because I think we pride ourselves on a Canadian healthcare system that is, universally accessible and equitable for all. But when it comes to people who use drugs, and there's this sort of calculus that takes place around whether they can access care or and be potentially dope sick and have the urge to use and not be supported, the drugs will always win. And so we end up with acute issues that become chronic. We end up with a lot of chronic diseases that are entirely preventable and consequences, negative health consequences that could be easily managed if there was greater access to care. And so what we've seen occur, we were already in a devastating overdose crisis before the pandemic. And what we've seen occur over the last 2 years of the pandemic has been this terrible worsening of the crisis. The three provinces that have the highest death rates in this country are BC, Alberta, and Ontario. And these are entirely preventable deaths. We saw in 2018 a cap of supervised consumption sites, which we know are an evidence-based intervention for people who use drugs. But in this province, they were capped in the midst of this devastating overdose crisis. So lots of places in this province don't have supervised consumption sites and don't have the adequate resources for people. And this is at a time when we really should have been expanding services. We also don't have, there's not sort of recognition of safer supply as a recognized form of treatment, a recognized life-saving intervention. And this is not part of the drug formulary. So it's very, difficult for people to access safer supply programs. And when we think about what is causing these deaths, it is the toxicity of the drug supply. We have legally regulated prescription alternatives, which we could be providing as an intervention to save lives and to curtail the deaths. And we're not doing so to the extent that we should be doing so. So these deaths are entirely preventable. They are our family members. RNAO had standing at the coroner's inquest into my brother's death in 2018. And if we look at those 55 recommendations from that inquest, had they been implemented, they would have definitely had a life-saving impact on the number of deaths that we're seeing today. So I think that we really need to think about people who use drugs as our patients. They are interacting with us in every sector of the healthcare system, and we need to be absolutely doing more to curtail the deaths and to be preventing negative health outcomes.
Thank you, Lee, and I'm sorry to hear about the death of your loved one. As we continue to hear about death and devastation, Sarah, when we talk about health systems failing people, we cannot help but address long-term care and the devastation in the early days of COVID. Can you talk to us about what you saw, what you still see in long-term care that explains what happened through this pandemic, and what are the fixes?
Well, there's a hard question. I think what I've noticed through COVID in particular, so working in a 96-bed home, and the very first thing that comes to mind is that I have been here throughout. I have not missed a day. I've been on call, and so has much of our nursing staff. But our physicians have been called into other locations. Our physicians have been in the emergency rooms. Our physicians have been with their community practices. So we have this group of however many residents, in my case it's 96, who have not been able to see their doctor. And that means a lot, especially to many people, but especially to a population who sees a nurse practitioner as, okay, that's nice, but I'd like to talk to my doctor. And I don't like being in the position where I've had family members tell me, well, it's okay, just tell dad that you're his doctor. I'm like, no, I don't think so. I have put a lot of time and effort into my role here. I have created the attending NP position in this home. It did not exist before my role. And I think that, I want to practice within that world, and I want to be able to share that added experience to the residents, not just, be the person that they're thinking that I am. So I mean, there's no question that care needs have increased. I started in this particular home as a healthcare aide while I was in nursing school, and now I'm the attending NP. I've done every job, including working in the kitchen. I've, done housekeeping. I've done all of those different things. So I've seen firsthand the changes that have happened in the level of care that's needed. And now, I'm hearing, okay, 4 hours, everybody should get 4 hours. Well, I'd like for everybody to get 24 hours of care, but we have to be able to at least provide some semblance of normalcy to a situation. In the beginning of COVID, from March 13th on for 4 months, our residents were not allowed out of the home and their visitors were not allowed into the home. We were their family for 4 months. We were their care providers. We were their confidants. We were their shoulders to cry on. And, so it really made it difficult for us, to lose the number of residents that we did, to see these residents be so ill and to see how much they were missing that other contact. So, I mean, yes, COVID has changed long-term care for sure. And, we will never go back to where we were before. So I think the importance now is, using what we have talked about with this, the asks that we're presented with, using those to say, okay, you know what, this didn't go so well, but we can't really reflect so much on that. So where is it going now? And I think, the vision for tomorrow, when we were working with that, was another part that I grouped with. So we saw, some different things that can add to this. And I think that's where we need to look with all of this. We cannot change what has happened, but we need to have that vision for tomorrow on how we're going to take what we've learned and move forward with it to give each and every, whether it's a long-term care resident, a senior who decides to age at home, a hospital, we need to make it, better because of what we've learned through this.
Thank you, Sarah. And I certainly hear you that things have happened during the pandemic, and other things have happened during the last 2 years that we cannot allow to happen again. We've got to be really strategic going forward. So Dania, we have been talking a lot about the nursing crisis in the context of the pandemic, but it's not just about the COVID pandemic, is it? Your colleagues talked about working in a health system that isn't serving Ontarians or nurses as well as it should. And it's not even just about the healthcare system. For years, nurses as well were worried about, how we face multiple crises, trying to support and provide access, equitable access to people desperate in need of care. The platform presented today traced RN understaffing back decades. It also talked about the environmental and social determinants that pre-existed the pandemic by centuries. When we turn our minds to colonialism, anti-Indigenous racism, and anti-Black racism, the platform addresses nurse recruitment and retention. Through your practice and work with the Black Nurses Task Force and the Black Nurses Leading Change Interest Group, what have you seen, continue to see, in nursing and healthcare, and how are nurses managing?
How are nurses managing? Not very good, not very well. A good indication of how nurses are doing is to look at our healthcare system. It's not doing good. So I think there's a direct correlation with how nurses are doing and how healthcare is doing. And I think there's a hemorrhage happening in Ontario within our healthcare system. Hemorrhage or dryness, drought. We need more nurses everywhere, not just in hospitals. And I don't mean to disrespect hospital nurses when I say that. I've worked in hospitals many years. But from my perspective, when I was a home visiting nurse manager and now in the community, I know that if we have shortages of nurses in the community, our clients, patients, families don't recover well. They don't recuperate well, and they end up going back to emergency departments. And this is not the place to get the best care. And this is certainly not the place to recover. The best place, I feel, is in the community, at home, or where you live, work, play, etc. So we're not doing well. And why aren't we doing well? Well, because there's this perception that, and I heard it earlier as well during the data meeting, where acute care settings are the go-to places, the best place to be because they pay well, they have benefits, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And whereas if you go outside a hospital setting, well, it's harder. It's harder to do good nursing. It's harder to attract a lot of nurses, whether it be RPNs, RNs, NPs, because, well, the salaries are not that attractive. And full-time jobs are, of course, there's less of them in the community. And you have much less resources to work with. So how an interprofessional team looks like in on the streets, in the community, in visiting home service providers is not the same as in hospitals. So yeah, we struggle. And as everybody here on the screen, we're tired, we're burnt out. So are our other colleagues out there in long-term care as well. And of course, with adding over the overarching presence of, I don't mean presence because it didn't exist before, but now with the realization, and it's like in your face kind of thing, the racism that we know has happened in nursing and in healthcare, like I mentioned earlier. It's just that's much harder. And during COVID, these nurses, as well as their families in their communities, struggled very much so. And we heard that in the media over and over again. We have great colleagues who are very vocal in the media outlets about this. And just recently, another story came out of the horrific experience of nurse colleague's mother who was yelled at in the emergency department because she was on the phone while others were sitting in the waiting room on their phone too, whether talking to their loved ones or playing and passing time. And this woman was in grave pain. And if it wasn't for the fact that her daughter is an visible advocate, visible meaning she's doing podcasting and she's on the news and Twitter, social media, who knows what would have happened to her mother, her 70 years plus mother. And that's just 2 weeks ago in 2022. So how are we doing? We're not doing good. We need more of pretty much everything from attracting more youth into our profession in every sector and bringing back or expanding programs such as, and I don't want to miss out the words here, all the career initiatives about offering guaranteed hours to graduates. We want to bring back nurses into nursing in Ontario with late career initiatives. We want to better use nurses who no longer want to be at the front line because they've done their time or for their own choices. We want to offer them mentorship opportunities to mentor young nurses or internationally educated nurses so that they can get their licenses faster. and effectively. And also the list is long. We need mentorship program for all sorts of nurses everywhere, so that we can better understand, so we can better respond to the needs of the community and our families. For also, one of my greatest passion and interest is to help nurses throughout their careers. So if a nurse wants to climb the ladders of leadership, let's say, well, why is it so hard? In my experience, it's been hard. I've had to get out of the hospital system, knowing that I was going to incur a decrease in salary, to go to a setting that, thank God, I had a great boss with a great team that had, they had a family culture in that organization. And I was able to use my full scope of nursing when I graduated from my baccalaureate, because I'm a college, I entered nursing in college in Quebec. And when I decided to go back and study for my master's, I looked around at the hospital I was working at, and I said to myself, I don't want to stay 15, 20 years at the bedside to get that nurse educator position, because of the culture of the hospital sector. You knew that, oh no, it's only the seniors of the seniors of the seniors one that can reach those positions. And none of them looked like me. So, yeah. And so I lost my train of thought here, lost in my memories, but all this to say that, yes, about the mentorship. Mentorship opportunities need to be offered to those who want to climb the ladders of leadership. And while doing this, it would be awesome if we can inject this opportunity with a lot more representation. Okay, so for people who identify themselves as being Black, for Indigenous nurses as well, and beyond. It's just not, and I don't want to sound like, oh, I'm only going to vote for anything, Black and anything Indigenous. We need more representation, period. Everywhere, across the sectors, we need to, there's talents out there that are being wasted. In research, wow, there's so few, I know so few colleagues that do research and that look like me, and that do research on racism or inequities or anti-oppression. It's very rare. And I don't claim to know everything, but that's what I know. And that's what I'm hearing too from my colleagues. What else? There's so much. And I really appreciate what Lee mentioned about homelessness and the opioid crisis, because in my practice, everything she said is exactly how she described it, and even more. At my workplace, throughout the pandemic especially, gosh, there was a series of months last year, I would say between January and March, April, where it appeared that there was someone dying of the opioid crisis probably every other week. And, when you work in the community, there's this family feel, because you're so poorly resourced and under-resourced that you have no choice but to collaborate with everybody, with your partners. So from other colleagues and from other professions and all. And the service providers, they know each other and they help each other. And it was so, the compassion fatigue was so, and the vicarious trauma was so potent that we actually had to offer sessions to our workers to mourn the loss of people, whether they had provided direct care to these individuals or they knew of those individuals who passed away, because it was just so devastating. And since then, we hired a specialist to provide staff only and management only sessions so that people can just breathe, offload, and really go through their human emotions to process what was happening. As I'm talking about it and I'm sweating because I'm taking it back to these times. We're not doing well in nursing for all those reasons and more. I'm sure I'm forgetting things. And the one thing I wanted to ask Minister Elliott earlier, but I didn't get a chance to do that, is with regards to racism, so anti-racism and anti-hate, anti-oppression, is that I would love to see all the leaders across the board imposing a zero tolerance about anti-racism in every sector. So HR, finance, benefits, dietary, and everywhere. Because much like someone who carries stigma about suicide, mentioning suicide earlier, it's not necessarily written on their forehead until you're in the moment in front of the person from which you're wanting to receive care, that their stereotypes, their false beliefs come out, and that's devastating. You come in contact with someone who provides care because you need to, because your coping mechanisms of every day has failed and they're not helpful to you. So by the time now I feel like I'm ranting, but what I want to say is by the time a person comes to emergency department because they need help, they're way past their breaking point. And then when you face someone who has stigmatizing beliefs against someone who either has problematic substance use disorder or who looks to be like aggressive or you name it. I want to leave the room for others to speak. It's devastating. And then do you think that person wants to go back to emergency after or navigate through our healthcare system after? No. So they're going to suffer at home or wherever they live quietly in silence until one day they say, no more. I don't want to suffer anymore. And bang, they're out of this world. It's frustrating.
Yeah, certainly the frustration comes out. The immense needs come out, and overall addressing retention and recruitment of nurses is going to require investments, significant investments in human and financial resources. Our time has really gone so quickly. I just want to come back quickly to you, Jocelyn, where we began. Some will say that we can't afford RNAO's platform with all these changes that we want. You can't afford it, and you're going to kill our economy with your environmental agenda. How would you respond to that kind of thinking?
Well, it's exactly the opposite. If we don't take these steps, we're going to pay for it one way or another. And I think, there's so much to say. There's so much to say here, but we have been on the same status quo track. Status quo in terms of just continuing to reinscribe marginalization, continually to inscribe exploitation of the environment and people. Like, we've been on the same track, same greenhouse gas emissions, continuing to go up, that we're using up this little budget that we have globally. Here in Ontario as well, we have not taken the action that's needed. And what that could mean, we need global change, but our inaction contributes to natural disasters that'll cost us far more. That contributes to more people dying on the streets. That contributes to migrant workers with acute kidney injury because of exacerbated heat and dehydration. It leads to health crises in so many different areas that we're going to pay for not taking action. And the actions that we take here not only impact climate, and I think you'll see that but also have many other benefits to well-being, increasing the quality of our air, increasing the quality and safety of our water, safeguarding nature and our forests. They have many other benefits to well-being, and broadly speaking, well-being, right? And as we know, there's a sacred responsibility that Indigenous peoples, Marilee, you mentioned this, and we have a responsibility. We have like an absolute responsibility to face the gross injustice to the people around us and to the planet around us. So there's that piece, that responsibility, and then there's also the economics of it. And I think we know that prevention works. I think that hard part is like demonstrating it because it's so invisible when it works. And as a public health professional, it's so frustrating because we work, and then people think that we're not needed, and we get things cut, right? So we need to focus in on that. Also acknowledge that the UN has said that $1 in funding for climate action brings back $4. We know there's research evidence that it will come back to us, and it's worth it for not only the economic cost, but the social costs that we pay if we don't take this action. And sorry, I don't want to take up too much time, but yeah.
Thank you all so much. I mean, these are matters of the heart. We can hear the passion, and I hope that before we leave the meeting, you'll get a bit of a chance to come back up to the head, because these things are heavy on the heart. Dr. Grinspan, do we have time for them to make one final comment? How are we doing for time? You're muted.
I didn't know I was on mute. I was going to turn off the camera because I asked everybody else, but I was so immersed in the comments. I think we do.
Yes, okay. So let's go around just to give you all one last final comment that would take about a minute. Is that fair?
And then the other thing I would ask is if people can if you can put your emails, we can also send them out.
Yeah.
If you are in agreement, though, in case that people want to continue the conversation or to have more questions or comments. And
yes. The only thing, do we remember to record?
We absolutely did.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to go through and just get one comment, one short comment in the order that I introduced you. So, Dania, you need a little time. You need
Yes,
a little
please.
time?
Yes,
yeah,
please.
Okay. All right. Marilee.
Thank you very much. What a great evening. And again, my heartfelt thanks to all of you. I have had many nurses in my family over the years, and I know the hardships that you are speaking of. I cannot relate to them, but I am aware of them. And with that in mind, coming out of this COVID Omicron experience, I'm fearful, and it follows to something Dania said. The mental health and well-being of our nurses. We broke you in 2020. We overworked you. We told you to get to work, do your job, and it was supposed to be the year of the nurse. Where did that go? Where did that recognition go? They never thanked you. They pushed you over the edge. And now I'm afraid. I'm afraid because in our First Nation communities, particularly, the onslaught of looking at unmarked graves, the situation, and the nurses are the ones who have to deal with the people who are living with that band-aid being ripped off of their heart and their soul. I can only lay down tobacco for you, and I know that you will find the strength. And I truly do love all the nurses. Thank you for a great evening.
Thank you, Marilee. Thank you, Marilee. Lee, are you able to speak now?
Sure. I just would want to say that I think Jocelyn said it really well around the cost of not doing, not implementing these recommendations. I think are quite serious, and they, in the case of social determinants of health, not having housing is not having housing, being homeless. We know that people experiencing homelessness have half the Canadian average life expectancy. So it is a life-threatening issue to be without a home. And certainly we know that the number of people dying of opiate overdose across the country is entirely preventable. We've had a lowering of the Canadian average life expectancy as a result of these deaths. These are devastating losses of a generation. And I think the costs of not doing more are that we're continuing to see preventable deaths. We're continuing to see these terrible health consequences when we have evidence-based interventions before us that give us a roadmap of how to improve life, improve and save lives for people who are very vulnerable. And I think nurses are experts in being attuned to that vulnerability and know how to address vulnerability and sort of precarity of living circumstances. So I really think how dare we not act on these recommendations? It is really our professional responsibility to try to nudge them forward. So thank you very much. I'm really honored to be part of this panel.
Thank you, Lee. I saw Jocelyn. Did you raise your hand there, Jocelyn? She's muted.
Sorry, yeah, I was just saying, thanks to Lee. She's kind of signed up.
Yeah, okay. Sarah.
I just was kind of reflecting back on some of the conversations that have been happening tonight and what's been shared in the chat. And I'm really seeing and hearing a great deal about mentorship and recruitment and equality and respect. And I think, something came to my mind is that, as nurses in our roles and in our roles in healthcare and with all of this, we have come to work every day. And all we're asking is for, the government to show the same and to come in and to do their job and to look at what's happening and to support the people that are out there, for the nurses, for the residents, for the patients, for the communities. And, I think that shows a lot for us as people that we have, not only for the last 2 years, but for the last hundreds of years, we have done this and we will continue to do this and we choose to do this and we do it well. So we're just calling on everybody else to do the same.
Thank you, Sarah. Eric?
Yes, thank you. This has been an honor to be part of this panel. Closing statement, I guess, the RNAO platform, it is affordable. There just has to be political will, there is a way, and it can be done. The recommendations are thoughtful, they're evidence-based. We need to, I encourage everyone to read it, to see which areas truly touch your heart and what areas you've experienced. Talk to politicians, MPs, MPPs, talk to your family, your friends, your colleagues, your kids, your grandkids, talk to your dogs or cats or whatever about it, because it's important that we carry on these conversations, because that political will is not going to happen unless our voices are heard over and over and over. And if there's one thing I've learned as an RNAO member, it can be done. And so the more voices, the more times we talk about it, the more times we come together. Even though sometimes we might feel like we're beating our head against the wall, keep it going, keep the momentum, and make sure that we can come together for the common good and these outcomes. But ultimately, you've got to take care of yourself, you've got to take care of each other. And it's only once we can do those things that we can be the best advocates, that we can be the best practitioners, that we can be the best us as nurses and as nurse leaders.
Thank you so much, Eric. Dania?
Of course, everybody said everything that I agree with, particularly Eric, with speaking up. And I admit, full disclaimer, I'm a novice at this, and I'm in training right now, live. And yeah, speak about read the platform and speak to anybody and everybody. You know, my husband is in healthcare as well. He's not a nurse, but boy, is he jealous about nursing, because we move mountains. And although I might have sounded hopeless earlier, you want something done, leave it to nurses. Everybody knows that statement. That being said, let's not forget the others who are looking to us to move that mountain. We can get great allies in our causes. I live it every day because where I work with a lot more non-nurses than nurses this time around, and we have common goals. And if we can, I'll use the word attack. If we can attack and tackle all our healthcare issues so that our populations can become healthier and recover faster and better based on evidence. So, you know, our healthcare system will recover. We will be able to attract more people to nursing and healthcare professions, because it's not going to be so scary and so daunting. So yeah, speak up and read the platform. This is a great time to speak to your political representatives. I know I'm doing that with my boss to work that craft and develop that skill. And who knows where this will bring me to, but yeah, speak up. That's my message.
Thanks so much, Dania. And Jocelyn, you have the last word, because without the land, without the air, without the water, we can do nothing. So, Jocelyn.
Thank you. Absolutely. And the World Health Organization offered some prescriptions for how we get out of this this pandemic in a healthy way a year ago. And number one was actually to protect and preserve the source of human health, and that is our natural systems. And we have to stay committed. We have to be engaged with our politicians. We have to be engaged in this discussion. We have to think about ways that we can just support things along in any way that we can, because we have many intersecting issues. Somebody brought up waste there. We have to rise up to a difficult challenge as you know, as full human beings, as nurses, but also like as full human beings and participants in our space here. And we have a great opportunity as nurses to do that through our work in the health field, because absolutely this is an issue of well-being for us, for all living things around us, for our kind of planetary system. So I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today, and for bringing this this big issue to the forefront. Because as many people have mentioned, as you've mentioned, we need the life all around us. We need that water, we need that air, and we need this land to live, to stay well, and to live together. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Jocelyn. And you know, there are times, being real, there are times when it can feel a little bit hopeless. But when we can get together in platforms like this, and the support that comes from the RNAO family, this is when we can find that hope. We know it's there. And I'm just thankful for RNAO and all it has done through the years, our esteemed leader, Dr. Doris Greenspan, the amazing RNAO staff, Director Matt, who composed those very probing questions. And, you know, together we can move this forward. So thank you so much, panelists. I've learned an awful lot. There's so much more to learn. I'm handing it back over to you, Doris.
I am only going to number one, thank you. Madam President, you facilitated as we knew fantastically. But I feel a person smiling at us. And I don't know how many of you knew or didn't, if you ever had the opportunity to meet Dr. Paul Farmer, who passed away a couple of days ago, February 21, while he was doing his work in Rwanda during his sleep. Only 62, a giant in public health and in health. A person that if you told him that he was a saint, because he was, at least in the eyes of those that knew him, would answer to you, well, if I am one, I better work harder for it. And he said the following, he said many important things, and I would suggest that you even read the beginning of the journey with HIV. He was in an event, he was way younger, many years ago. He was with Stephen Lewis. And I tweeted the other day the article about that was in the newspaper, because, you know, people celebrated Stephen Lewis, who, by the way, is another giant and is quite ill, but he's a very amazing human being who I am privileged to know. People thought when they opened the article that they will read about Stephen Lewis, because this was about HIV, and they said that there was a person at this event that people should get to know. And that was Dr. Paul Farmer back then. He said, equity is the only acceptable goal. Like, it really puts together a lot of what we are saying. And he said something to the effect of a decent provision for the poor is a true test of civilization. And you hear other people saying, you hear other people that we evaluate society in the way we deal or treat or approach or relate to the most vulnerable. I think all the aspects that you mentioned, let's honor Dr. Paul Farmer, because he would be proud of each one of you during this presentation today, and your sharings and your teachings and and the only thing, I apologize to our members that we didn't allow them a second to ask questions from you. So please, if you are okay, we will send them your emails, just do like this. And then if people want to engage more and ask you more, or then they can connect, if that's okay. Okay. So thank you very much. And Madame Holloway, please, thank you. You did a fantastic role facilitating. Good night, everybody. See you tomorrow. Some of us continue tomorrow.
Bright and early.
And Dania, you're super ready to go and visit the MPPs. You don't need even an intro anymore.
Thank you.
As a newly minted interest group, you're doing already.
Thank you.